I presume so. I guess so.
Okay. All right. That's as long as it is. So. All right. So we only have.
Alvinus is not here either, so maybe the fellas plan a boycott.
Yes, that's right. We only have the three ladies. That's correct. That's correct. That's so right.
Regina is on her way.
All right.
It might be delayed because it's raining.
It's raining. Oh, we would love some of that rain.
Yeah.
We would love some of that rain.
Oh, really?
It's really very, very dry here. We're in a drought of no mean order.
Oh, wow.
It's terrible drought. All right, this morning we have a few things to do. I'm expecting that we're going to hear from you in your presentations. I don't need this quite yet, except you're going to, unless you have something to present. And then we're going to be looking at the chapter 8 that looks from the Lang and Evans, that look at teaching strategies, looking particular questioning. I want to look at teaching for critical thinking, which we didn't complete last week. So we're going to be looking at methods today, teaching methods. And I don't know, but I'm hoping I can begin planning. That's really what I want to do today. So we want to look at what you have been doing to tie up what we did last week. We're going to be looking at some methods, some strategies. We won't do all of them, but we will do some of them. And based on what we do, you will perhaps read about the rest, because you're going to do the strategies when you're doing your planning. And hopefully as well, we'll look at planning. All right, now.
I just asked the technician for the recording, so he told me he would check to see if he has it.
Yes.
And is the chapter 8, is it online?
Is it online?
Did you upload the chapter 8 that we're doing today?
Yes, and I actually emailed it to you as well, you know.
I have 9 and 10, but I don't have 8.
You didn't get 7 and 8?
To me, I have 9 and 10.
I had sent them all. Did you get it, Crystal?
Yeah, I got it 7 and 8, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check again and see if you have 7 and 8. I didn't send them in the same email. I sent them in separate mails because the files were too large. So you might have only checked one mail, but I actually sent quite a few. That was from last week though.
Okay.
So look and see if you see it. But before they do their presentation, before we get to chapter 8, we're going to have 2 presentations. You guys were supposed to do something as well in St. Lucia. But I don't think that you would have done so because you would not have seen the tape and I didn't send you an email to that effect. So you perhaps do yours on Thursday. But I'll take the first 2 this morning, and then we will have, I only have the 2 ladies. And it's a group activity and I'm not sure where their partners are. So.
Did Rick send you
Dr.
a
Rainford?
PowerPoint?
Who is talking now?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Did Rick send the PowerPoint presentation to you, Dr. Rainford?
I didn't see it unless he sent it this morning at, I don't know.
Okay.
I can check.
He was supposed to send you a PowerPoint slide. He thought that would be the most effective way.
He wanted it for you to upload it.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if he sent it. I don't think so. I didn't see it. All right, let's go.
No?
This system here creates problems for me. Real serious problems. I'll try again. Okay, Rosina must have sent it.
Oh, thank God.
I see some, no, it shouldn't send. She said she was going to be arriving late. That's what she
Okay.
said. Didn't send it. I don't see anything from Rick.
Let me see if I can send it to you
Yes, please
on
do that.
this email. Sorry.
Yes, send it to me.
Oh no, I can't scroll down.
You can't send it.
I'm trying.
Kezia,
Yeah.
can you send me the email with 7 and 8? I don't have it.
With 7 and 8,
Yeah.
I'm seeing. Actually, I don't remember seeing 8. I got 7, and when I'm checking. When you send the one with chapter 7.
It's the same. I can send it again. Presentina hasn't got it.
Okay, I just sent it to you, Dr. Rainford.
Alright, you sent it to my UM on a mail?
Oh,
Which one? Which one? Just tell me which one.
I don't even know. I just whichever one has Rainford.
Well, they
I want to know
both. That's
Ransom. Do
okay.
you? I'm sorry. I can try to. You want me to resend it to you?
It doesn't matter. No, I can open both. I'll see. I'll
Oh,
see
I'm
which one.
sorry. Do you know if Rick didn't send the email to Dr. Rainford?
I thought he did. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's Francis.
I have to send it to him.
Yeah.
You always question.
I can send it to him.
I just sent it to. Oh, I just sent it to him.
Oh, you did? You sent it to him?
Yes, but we couldn't decide. Can you send it to? Which one would you prefer, Dr. Rainford?
My human mona mail is up now. So
Okay.
that's fine. And I'll just open it on this machine.
Okay.
Dr. Rainford?
Uh-huh.
Dr. Rainford?
Yes.
I'm supposed to be seeing chapters from the Lang and Evans. That's the thing I'm supposed to be looking at? I only
Yeah.
see chapter 9 and 10.
You have not done chapter 7 and 8?
No, I have 9 and 10 around 2 or 3 times.
Okay. 7, I don't think I did that. I'll send it the same email to everybody. All right. Let's just do that again. That's not difficult. Let's stick with that.
And I have the course schedule. I have... Oh, Regina is on her way.
Okay. Do you have
She's
access to
coming for the
Oroville?
presenting.
Do you have access to Oroville area?
No, I don't. I tried to go on last night, even to comment on the thing, but it doesn't work. I can't get in. I'm not enrolled.
I was just trying to figure out what I was saying.
All right. Let's just try and sort this thing out because outside of that I can't function. Let's just.
I just see not enrolled, so I just don't know where to go.
Okay.
Actually,
Run on again. It's a while ago.
Rosina's saying his private into that. So she can come make. I don't know what's happening.
this is what we're going to do to get the coding.
Is that what she sent to the
Yeah.
Dr.
No, I had to teach it to me.
Ms. Douglas?
CIE.org. And the number she said 050. So I'll get that. I wanted to get it.
I'm trying to sign in and use that my accountant for actually doing it.
What, an overview? Yeah, they sent me one.
Did you get the same alert?
And I asked, she's like, what about it?
Well, that's what you can get. I was able to go again.
What was your number? The number that Rosina gave us, right?
That was password. I remember I said that. That's actually not password.
Oh, yes. And then you
But it's not the actual word, it's the numbers. Remember she said
right,
it's numbers.
it's numbers.
It's
I
not
did that
words.
already next to it, and
Mine went straight through, but it said your account was in trouble. So I sent an email to Dr. Ahmad last night, and it was print screened it, and said this is what she had.
my get my student number, and then it's second, fourth, and 7. That's the right. Yeah. So Michael teaching, and then next week we're gonna do like teach Friday. That's not still there.
Dario, I had sent it to you. It was done on. Let me forward it to you now. What's your email again? Dario Johnson.
that consent.
You're gonna send it again? Presentinio,
Yeah,
did you get it?
not yet.
It's chapter 8.
It has not arrived. Just a moment.
And I got this question. She said, everyone said two. Yeah.
Presentinio, what's your email again? Presentinio, what is your email address?
Key_nat at hotmail.com. Nat. NAT. SKI_NAT.
Oh, I don't have it here. All right, go again. Present what it is. C underscore LAT
NAT.
And she told that one. She said, it's strictly something like that means, and I think that's yeah. And
I'm sending it to you again. That's chapter 8.
Okay.
I haven't. That's what.
But no, she didn't do the place gas box. She was trying to present something. So like, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything, but I just think that they should explore all that. That's what I'm doing.
Exactly.
Prior to us.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, it's that. I don't mind.
I'm just barely fucking pull up picture. That's the name. That's, I don't know, she stayed with Dawn.
And say, well, it doesn't matter. And I tell her I could do a lot. And I haven't even done it because she went.
I'm just going to. Oh, he said, oh, really? Yeah, sometimes the farm children.
Have we got the Presentinio?
How to figure it out?
They have.
I'm pretty
All right.
I was doing my own.
We got them, but apparently they were.
He began his Rainford. My mom, she's in, yeah, she's got late 50s.
I mean, she does go, no. Yeah, you don't sit on I appreciate that.
That's why I'm
Or that behind this meeting because we really have the secrets on the phone.
I didn't remember.
Yes, in the Gmail on this machine.
I was gonna request the more.
Can you send it, Presentenio? Can you resend it to my, no, sorry, Crystal, to my Uemona mail? I'm not getting my
Sure.
Gmail.
Can I what?
Okay.
Resend it, not to Presentenio.
Oh, Francis is gonna resend it to you.
Yes, send it to, at my Uemona mail.
Okay. The one that has. What's your, Dr. Rainford? It's
Marcia, it's Marcia dot Rainford at uemona dot edu dot jn.
Say that again. Marcia dot Rainford.
Rainford at uemona, that's UWIMONA dot edu dot jn. Around has sent me mail there already. They sent me correspondence that email, that same email, right? That's right. You haven't got it. But I can't get Gmail on that machine. That's not my permissions. Again?
Ms. Rainford, I sent it twice just to make sure.
Yeah, I got it.
I understand the lack of reason, I understand the advantages and disadvantages. Carter. Just sent yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, we'll wait for the result.
Why you?
So I'm saying, you get coffee, but I can't pick you up, man. So the daily speaker should have some clarification.
So is she not coming? Or?
Should be late.
She's coming late.
Oh, we're doing request? We're doing request? Why are we doing request?
I think she-
For the box of the drawer?
Yep, I'm putting.
Okay, guys, I have it. I know you don't have four. Okay,
I don't mind.
I think we go to.
She wanted, if people didn't understand what they created, she wanted to get general. So basically, that's what she said. That's what the exhibit, because she was reading it. When she was reading it, I thought she said it was fine. But she said, that's what it is.
So see, just before storage, so they're gonna need this image. Is that what I'm saying?
No, I think that is. Well, that's a good.
Or we just need more. Alright. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hey, okay. True? Not good. Exactly. She did not say that. I didn't know it said. I refuse to believe. Not yet. She would. She. Alright, that's a little way too far.
okay, guys. We're now ready, I think.
Oh, they're actually just.
We're now ready. Western Jamaica, are you there? St. Lucia?
Yes, I'm here.
WCJ? WJC? Nobody's responding. Alright, this morning guys, we're off to a late start. I guess we can put it down to technology and communication. But I hope you had a good weekend. Today we're going to start by looking at three of the presentations we're expecting from Bermuda, from Western Jamaica, and from Mona. And we're tidying up what we were doing last week on concept teaching. Bermuda, you're looking at using inductive approach teaching concepts. And behaviorism. And WJC, you're looking at, what's your topic again? Dario?
Concept mapping. Concept
concept
mapping.
mapping. And I have a topic as well for you, St. Lucia,
Yeah.
and you would perhaps do this on Thursday.
You send me the topic.
I will. Let me do while I talk to you about it. Okay?
Okay.
So we're going to start with Bermuda. Can you see the screen, everyone? Now, how am I going to be changing I guess I'm going to be changing the PowerPoint for you, right?
Yes.
You tell me when I was changed.
Okay.
All right, so let's go. You're first.
Okay.
You think you kind of low?
It's low. I'm low?
Me don't like it, but think you low. I don't know.
Oh. WJC? But only at Mona we can understand it. The rest of the Caribbean can't understand it. Okay. WJC, mute your mic. Okay, guys, let's go.
Okay, here in Bermuda, we're going to talk about the innovative approach to teaching concepts. And from there, we're going to get an introduction of what is an inductive approach, examples of an inductive approach, advantages and disadvantages of an inductive approach, why use an inductive approach.
Excuse me, sorry to be interrupting. We can't hear. Can you go closer to the mic? We can't hear you. Thank you.
Also, can we focus on the screen, please?
Can we focus? Okay, they can't see the screen. Excuse me, something to the screen.
Okay, today our group is going to talk about the inductive approach to teaching. What is an inductive approach? Inductive approach is using the set of examples for students to get the concept that the teacher is trying to relate to the teachers. Introduction. It's a methodology of using examples to get to the root. It's also called what we call concept attainment, which, as I spoke about, is using a data set of examples to get to the concept. This engages the students, makes it more fun for the students, brings them into the classroom. Next, we will look at concept number 1. As you can see, I have 3 examples and 3 non-examples. Can anyone tell me what is special about these examples?
Ask the question again, please.
Can anybody tell me what are special about these examples?
Special?
Yeah.
What's special about them?
Example.
I really hate to interrupt, but then the stuff that we're seeing is a bit small.
Okay. You can't see it.
It's hard to read because it's small.
Can you guys see anything?
Can you see this now? Continue.
Yeah, it's a bit better, yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead with the questions now. You guys have to pay attention so you can. Oh, more people in the class.
Okay.
Amazing. You guys have to pay attention now so you can actually hear what's happening and participate. Okay. So
Yeah,
they
I
have.
need to speak a bit louder.
Yes.
All right. What is special about these examples? What do they share in common?
One linear, the next one non-linear.
Let me speak a little louder, Joe.
First example like linear equation, and the second example is like non-linear.
So you're saying that I was
What's
saying
special
that n
about
plus
those
12 equals 30 is a linear equation,
Yeah.
and y plus 2x plus 1 equals 2x plus 1 is another linear equation.
Also linear.
It's also linear, and 5x plus equals 6 plus 3y is also linear. But these over here are not linear
Yeah,
equations.
square and square root.
That's what you're saying. Crescentinho,
Yeah, I would agree.
you'd agree?
Yeah.
Oranthos?
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's correct. That's correct.
Ronnie who is talking?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And are we to go again now?
Now we're going to go to concept 1, define. As
Oh, sorry.
you've guessed, it is a linear equation. From the previous slides, we have seen that they all are linear equations. They are algebraic equations which each term is either a constant, the product of a constant, and the first power of a single variable. Now, Crystal will talk about concept number 2.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to take you to a little lesser, or I should say, somewhat of a middle school mathematical concept. If you look at the screen, in the clear examples, you have a list of numbers that have been squared. Do you all see that?
Not yet.
And then on the other side, I have them cubed. We're actually going to focus on the one that's titled examples. If you look at there's actually a pattern that you can see. Can you identify that pattern, anyone?
You got the question? It's a pattern and you want to identify the pattern. Yes.
It's a little helpful trick that you can actually use when you're making sure that you correctly square a number. No? Would you like me to tell you then?
We didn't hear the question.
The question is.
The question was, can you identify a pattern on the left-hand side, which is the column under examples, where all the numbers have been squared?
Pattern. Looking for a pattern.
On the right hand,
On the left-hand side.
the 149.
Under examples.
Under examples, do you see a pattern here? Am I right, Crystal?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes, then tell us what a pattern is.
Oh, you're adding odd numbers. So
Keep on
1 plus 3 is 4, and 4 plus 5 is 9. 9 plus 7 is 16. 16 plus 9 is 25. 25 plus 11. So is that?
No, not that deep. Just something really basic. I'll tell you. Really not that basic. It was for middle school, lower level math. It's basically from that side. If you want to go to the definition, if you go to the next slide, Dr. Rain, it's basically from each equation when you look at the square side, an odd number when it's squared is equal to an odd number. And when an even number is squared, it's equal to an even number. So that's a help hint that you can give to your students when they're learning to kind of as a check system that whenever you square an odd number, it has to equal to an odd, and whenever you square an even number, it should equal to an even number. So that's the example.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Next slide, Dr. Rainford, I'll take everybody through the advantages and disadvantages of the inductive approach to learning. The inductive approach, if children or young teenagers or adolescents have a low self-esteem, this inductive approach can help their self-esteem be a bit more confident because they understand that, hey, I can actually learn something backwards or learn the actual methodology instead of the definition first. A form of is meaningful learning, so they actually.
Hello? Can you just repeat that? I'm a little bit slower.
Oh, a little slower. I'm sorry. The first part of it is improving overall self-confidence. Sometimes some students, when they do mathematics, they have a low self-esteem. And the inductive approach to mathematics can actually help their self-esteem a bit better because they feel a bit more comfortable. Instead of, if you give us a student the definition first, they may be a bit confused. So if you actually work the problem or the example first, and then they see the patterns, then you give them the example afterwards, then they'll be able to say, okay, I can actually do mathematics instead of just doing the definition first. It's a meaningful form of learning, so they understand that, okay, it's meaningful, I understand what it's doing now, the actual problem or equation. It develops scientific attitudes, so some kids may just out of natural habit develop a natural instinct for doing mathematics or science in general. Develop a habit of intelligence and hard work, so they want to work a little bit harder. Natural method of making discoveries. When you give kids or young adolescents, teenagers, something to discover, especially in inductive method, they actually learn something that they never learned before. So it's like giving them a project and say, look, try this out first and then see what you come up with. And through that method, they learn to say, hey, I can actually do something without a little bit of help. It's a suitable approach for teaching mathematics at a beginning stage because it will help students have a basic foundation and a knowledge of math itself, and it will help build on when they go further. The disadvantages, which is the next page, it's time consuming, so it may take students a little bit longer to catch on, and they may get frustrated. Not applicable for more advanced stages. So inductive is basically a basic stage or your foundation for math. If you go to modern algebra, calculus, things of that nature, it may not work. I'm not too sure yet. I haven't squared the high level, but I don't think, from my opinion, I don't think the high level mathematics will work in inductive approach. Why use inductive approach for teaching? Rules are more formulated, definitions are more formulated, and formulas are being derived. Generalizations or laws are to be arrived at as definitions. So basically, when you do an example as Rick and Crystal did, you arrive to the definition by showing the students, this is the examples. The examples portray the definition. So once you do the examples, you go right to the definition, and the students have a better understanding of how to actually do the mathematical approach. Inductive approach to teaching concepts. The last one we talked about this, and we did. And I know somebody has deductive approach, but we did deductive versus inductive. It's the last slide, Dr. Rainford, and we found that the deductive method does not give any new knowledge. Inductive does give new knowledge. The methods of deductive method, it's verifications. The inductive method makes It discovers, it allows the kids to discover the method of that's deductive, and trains the mind, gives self-confidence, that's inductive. Quick process, so if you want results, that's deductive. Upward progress through the need principles, that's inductive. Encourages dependence. So basically, what teachers, that's deductive. They depend on the teacher for a lot of information. Inductive, you don't really have to, you're independent of everything. And inductive is also a slow process. It builds kids up slowly to where they need to go. And inductive is also a full activity. Understand? I guess I was getting a bit too fast.
Do you have any questions for the group, guys? At this time, you may ask some questions.
Yeah, you can ask any questions.
In one sentence, just summarize what is inductive.
In one sentence, how would I summarize inductive?
I would say inductive is teaching for understanding.
What's that?
Because you're teaching for understanding. You're making sure they understand the concepts behind the what you're teaching. So they're not memorizing, so they will forget. So they'll always keep it, and they can apply it to different areas of their life.
Yes, Veronica, that's true for teaching. What is it that distinguishes inductive from deductive? How is it? I think
It's a bottom-up approach.
It's a bottom-up approach.
It's a bottom-up approach. So basically,
With it saying that it's a bottom-up approach, it looks at the solution. So you're giving them basically examples first. So they're actually learning by looking at the solution, versus usually the reverse of an inductive is basically where they don't have the end result first. So we're actually giving them the end result and taking that end result for them to learn the concept. So it literally does everything in a backwards way, in the sense of, like we said, it starts at the bottom, so it's starting first with the answer, and then it gives the whole concept.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get the question to you?
Yes.
Tell me what you understand by that now.
Okay, so, well, for math, I understand that there are different ways of teaching. First, we could give the definition and then break it down and show them examples. But they're saying inductive, not only are we examples, but we're allowing them to decipher the pattern for themselves. So we structure the exams in a way that they can see them, and then maybe they might be able to formulate the definition.
Very good, you've got it, okay? And so one way of doing this is firstly to present examples.
Yeah.
So you have, you say to them, these are, or this is, and then you present non-examples that, do not represent the concept that you're trying to teach. And then you ask the students to see the patterns, and then to come up with the concept rule. To say then linear equations are. So here it is that they have presented linear equations and non-linear equations. And then what's next should be some more equations, which they have given some more. And they define linear equations. So the linear equation is defined here, okay? And then the next step would then be for them to take this definition and look back at what it is that they have got as their examples. And then perhaps then, what would be the next step as a teacher? What do you think would be next? Think about it.
Maybe allow students to create their own examples.
Very good. Practice. So that will be the next logical step. So you start off with your example, non-examples. You generate the rule. then the next logical step is to apply it. Okay? So you tell me now. Give me an example of an algebraic linear equation. That's the next logical step. Okay? So you had some information here. Perhaps a little more than we had asked, but you have also given us. That's okay. No, I'm not complaining. You have also given us the examples of how you present the concept using some examples of mathematics. And then again, you have told us the rule. That's the procedure. So what you have done is to use the approach to help us to understand what we mean by inductive approach. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
All right. Montego Bay, are you with me? Montego Bay, Western Jamaica?
We're here.
Very good. Okay, now with respect to your advantage of inductive approach, perhaps you might have fleshed this out some more to make it more specific, because the truth is that some of these, except for the one that says natural method of making discoveries, may not only apply to this particular approach, but certainly this one, natural method of making discoveries, and the develop scientific attitudes, you can also say, those are very clearly inductive. This is one form of meaningful learning, that's true. And also, you will find that this is not the only way that we can facilitate meaningful learning. There are different approaches. All right? I don't want you to go away with the feeling that if it's not done like this, you will not get meaningful learning. All right? So that's what I want to draw on. And it's certainly, I agree with this point. And Oranthus, you explained that as concepts become more abstract, and we can understand that, as concepts become more abstract, it becomes more difficult to use the inductive approach. Why would that be though?
Because inductive is basically you start off as a basic form of understanding or methodology, so it only takes you so far. Like, let's say you use it to solve an algebraic problem first. So you learn inductive from a small algebraic problem, let's say 2x plus 2y equals 4. But if you solve and then you solve it however you want to solve it. But let's take that and put that into a calculus method. Calculus is a small part, but if you don't understand algebra first, how are you able to solve a calculus problem? That's the way I look at it. I don't know. I could be wrong.
But let's hear what Casey says. I understand what you're saying. Let's see what Casey says.
If you were asking why, as math gets more abstract inside, as use the inductive method, because simply it's hard to see straightforward. Like for example, and even the terminologies would be different, would be more complex. So it's hard for me to see an integration sign. Are you showing me some symbols and then I just come up with the word and say, okay, maybe this is adding. For example, I was coming up with a different, because with example you gave, I was coming up with a different pattern because I'm at a particular level. So the higher you go, it's harder for you to actually see and come up in the terminology that is required.
I think that's a fair reason. It is because of the nature of the concepts. If you think about it, with inductive approach, what you're doing is you're presenting examples. So you're seeing these are examples. This is an example of what it means to, let's say, integrate. So can you imagine teaching integration in this way? It says, this is integration, and you show how to integrate. This is not integration, and you show. It's sort of difficult to teach abstract concepts.
In a way.
Sorry?
I said it can work in a way. It just takes a bit of manipulating on the teacher's side the way to present the examples.
Yes, it would be quite challenging though. And so
Yeah.
many teachers, as you go higher up, tend to use the deductive approach or so with abstract concepts, where you sort of present the general principle and then apply the principle to different situations. All right? So that's useful information, and we're gonna see if we can use this approach in our manual teaching as one of the strategies that we can use. All right? Now, who's next? Montego Bay, you're next. WCJ? WJC?
Where last? Oh.
You're next.
Alright.
Who do we have there? We have 2 people there.
No, we have 3. There are 3 of us.
All right, so we have Dario. Who else do we have down there with you?
Come and introduce yourself.
Hello, morning. Adrian here.
Adrian.
Yes.
Adrian, what's your surname?
Mark Lennon.
What is your subject?
Mathematics.
All right. And who's my 3rd person? Virginia?
Regina.
Yes.
But you can call her Regina.
Regina is here.
Oh, it's pronounced Regina?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Right. Where is here this evening? Anyway, what do you teach, Regina?
English language.
English language. All right. So this is my full complement from Western Jamaica.
No. Jason is missing. Jason Whittingham.
Jason Whittingham. And what is Jason's subject?
Mathematics. Well, information technology.
Really? So, Alvinus has somebody else that he can work with. Amazing. Okay, now. So who's that person? Okay. How many guys in the middle there are English? Alright, and I know Robin and Gavin. But you 2 must be the 2 from Glenmore.
Right.
So your one is Charlene, is it? Carlene, and the other one is Katie and. I will speak with you afterwards, Katie Ann and Carlene.
Yes.
All right. The group from the English group, what were you doing?
Nothing. Because I'm not serious, no, we
But,
enough.
what were you supposed to be doing? You were doing what you did work with them? All right, so it's not a problem. We can do something. You can sort it. But that's for Thursday. Okay, so Western Jamaica. Hi, Albinas, how are you?
I'm trying to be fine.
Well, I'm very happy for that. Who's the other person on one is supposed to be here, you said?
IT.
Give a card. Give a card.
2 other persons.
No, she's not doing this education. She's doing it.
Foundation card is supposed to be IT. He's not there. Okay, Western Jamaica, you're going to be doing concept maps. Okay? Concept mapping is the means of instruction. So you're going to go, do you have something for me to project? Hello? WJC. I did that. Western Jamaica?
Yes, we were having a little problem with the thing to press. The microphone.
Oh, that's good. That's a good word. All right. Go ahead, Dario.
All right, so today we're going to be looking at concept mapping.
Something.
You would have to send it. The concept map. We would have to send it for it to come up on the screen, right?
Yes, that's the only way I'm gonna get it.
I was looking to see if we had any ports anywhere, but I mean, all right. So you'd have to send.
Do you have an email contact?
My can hold. Oh, it's gone. The net is gone.
We're having some problems with internet connectivity as well.
So that's our whole. Yes, we're still in the same room. So there's a problem with the internet. Anyways,
If you want them to see a PowerPoint,
we would have to send it, but we can't send it because there's no net.
But you do have the PowerPoint.
yeah, we do.
All right, hang on a sec. Casey and Joan, they don't have a PowerPoint. So what we're going to do is we're going to let them go first. And
No, we
maybe
can
one of
go.
you-
We can go, Dr. Rainford.
All right, okay.
We can go.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
We could send the PowerPoint after.
If you think that's going to help us, then sure.
Regina, is it dead? Jesus. Anyways. So when we hear of concept maps, the first thing that comes to our mind, the idea, concepts are mainly ideas. Maps in the sense that you are putting your ideas out, you're putting them somewhere. So concept mapping is basically trying to contextualize your ideas by sorting them according to similarities. And you are trying in a lot of times to, or in a lot of ways, to establish a pattern. Concept maps, they are usually graphical tools. They organize and they represent knowledge. They describe their ideas about a topic in a pictorial way. So I'm really going around, I'm saying the same thing. I'm just trying to break it down simple. So with a concept map, what exactly happens? Most times you start with a main idea, a topic, some issue to focus on, and then you try to determine key concepts. You try to pick out things that are directly linked with the topic. So for example, we were looking at sunshine, sun. Two words that could probably come to your mind when you hear of sun, the connotative meanings. Maybe things that would come out would be light, heat, warmth, things like those. So this is where you are trying to link ideas that are directly associated with your main topic, which would be like the sun. After you have done that, you create linking phrases and so on, so as to establish this direct relationship with the topic that you're dealing with. So in the concept map, you synthesize your ideas, you sort your information according to their similarities to the topic, you represent them on the graphical form, then you try to interpret the information you have, and then in a way you try to develop mesh. I'm not hearing you.
Just a bit slower.
Oh, I'm talking fast. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. So where was I? All right.
Linking phrases.
Yes, so linking phrases, that's where I lost you. All right. Now, in another way, there are several steps when you're creating a concept map. As I said before, you have an idea, you have a topic, you have a main focus, and then what you do is you try to find information that is directly linked with the topic that you're dealing with. What do you do with this information? You sort this information based on the similarity to the topic. And I gave the example of the sun and that there were certain words that would just jump out at you when you hear the sun. Probably you could think about its color, its warmth or heat, its light that it gives off. And then after that now, you put it on a map. When you put it on the map, what are you trying to do? You are trying to get like a logical way of presenting the information so people can understand and chart or sequence the idea that you're trying to bring forward or convey. After you have done that, you try to link these ideas using linking phrases. And this is where a lot of times you try to come up with conclusions, you try to display results about the topic that you're discussing. Is that slow enough?
Yeah.
You got it? All right. Now, what are the benefits of concept mapping?
Okay, well, the main benefits of concept mapping, right, simply put, well, it helps students to brainstorm and generate new ideas, because normally these maps are done in a hierarchical form, so students will start with a main focus. And from that main focus, they will be led in several directions and they will continually expand their ideas. So it's a great tool for brainstorming and the generation of new ideas. It also leads to new discovery of concepts, right? As you said before, you have these linking phrases which will take students into different areas, right? Where their knowledge will be tested as well. It also enhances communication, right? And if you look at, excuse me, can everyone see the diagram?
Which diagram?
Is the diagram up? Thank you so much for that diagram. Is everyone seeing the diagram?
No.
Bermuda, are you seeing it?
No.
Is it that it's too small?
Okay, I
for you
was
to see?
hoping I could use it as an example, but I'll continue anyway.
Can
So
you
I'll
see
say that,
it? Western Jamaica, can you see it?
yes, we can see the diagram.
St. Lucia, can you see?
It's just a bit small, but I could see.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get a smaller example. Continue.
Yes. So I was making the point that the generation of these new ideas through brainstorming increases or enhances the students' ability to communicate, right? Because they are branching in several different areas and making connection, right? And this, of course, will increase their cognitive abilities, right? So students will draw from different areas and see that each area can be linked and the information can be shared and processed accordingly, right? And it's also an effective tool for linking old ideas with new ideas, right? So the concepts can be integrated, right? And it also helps the students to evaluate their information, right? With the different branches, they are able to make references to the different areas and arrive at new conclusions, right? This is all in the in processing of information, right?
All leads to meaningful learning because they really learn their information.
We're waiting.
Yes.
At some moment, we're actually waiting to see if we can get a simplified example of a concept map.
Oh, you want a concept map? Oh.
Dr. Rainford, the last class that we had, I think we actually were assigned different tasks to construct maps.
Yes.
So the same example, I think I was working with Dario when we looked at parts of speech.
Yes, Gavin?
Go ahead, Gavin.
Could that be used as reference?
Trying to find one that you can see quickly.
I didn't get your question, Gavin.
No, like parts of Dario and the parts of I'm should actually written.
I'm hearing you now.
Parts of speech. I think that would be easier for you to use as a reference. So with the major concepts, then so
Yeah, you're right, Gavin.
okay, could be used.
Yeah.
So the superordinate would be what? Parts of speech? And the coordinates would be the various parts of speech. And then you'll have specific examples of each. I think I can use something like that. Something simple, something that we could easily follow.
Because that they have a number of very complicated ones online. So those are the complicated ones that you see.
We don't see anything.
You're playing in the camera.
You're playing with the camera. I don't want to do that, you know. I want to do something. Alright, this is only a section of it, so you can add problem. Can you see Bermuda?
No.
No?
We see you.
Yeah, but the
You
camera's
see me?
quite straight. Yeah.
I don't want you to see me. Can you show them the screen?
Yeah.
And St. Lucia, can you see the screen?
Yeah. Well, there's movers, but yeah, we can.
Bermuda, can you see now?
Now we see St. Lucia.
Now it's in St. Lucia.
Today is not a good day.
They see you.
I don't want to see me. I want to them to the screen.
They should be seeing you.
Bermuda, can you see the screen?
No, we see you now.
If I stand by the screen, will they see the screen? Actually, I'm just joking.
Now it's good.
Now we see Jomo and
Oh,
here we go.
yeah, alright.
There we go.
Keep the camera under the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright?
Oh wow.
Alright, now let's go back now. Western Jamaica?
Yes.
I am only helping you out now. So I've presented something that you can use. So let's see if you can use this now to say where you're going.
All right, so the overall or this general focus is concepts mapping. There are many, so one of the first things that you can consider is what are some of what are the alternative names for concepts mapping? So a lot of people have different things that they call it. See, you branch it off, so you can always write on. All right, you can think about its purpose. You can think about the process of constructing a concept map. How does this link to the whole idea of writing? How does concept mapping fit into the whole the writing cycle? Yes. What does it help you to do? You can also consider that. So it can help you to organize, it can help you to plan, it can help you to do a number of other things that you could branch off forever and talk about. when you are putting things on a concept map, what are you really doing? Yes, a lot of times the ideas may not come out as clear cut because you're brainstorming. So a lot of things will flood your mind. So it's a little messy, a little, free flowing. But you can redefine all of what you have now. You can synthesize, you can put them together based on their similarities again, and you can bring your thoughts together, and then you can have a more planned, a more organized, a more sequential order to your writing and speaking.
Now speak to this one now, because this is where this is the one I think maybe most useful for what you're saying.
That one is so you have a focus question.
Based on your understanding of concept mapping, I want you to use this diagram to use this diagram to explain what's a concept map. See if you can go through.
We're supposed to use the diagram too.
Can you read it?
Yes, we can.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're here. So what do we have in these boxes? What are those?
Words, ideas, thoughts, concepts.
What do you call those?
Abstract.
What do you call these?
Those are key concepts.
Those are key concepts. Very good. And what do you call these?
Transitional words.
No, not transitional. Try again. Linking words.
Yeah.
So you have concepts linked by linking words to make
represent more organized information. Propositions.
Statements. Yes. So then, the concept map is a way, as you've said, of organizing knowledge. Okay? It includes many different components, as you have just described. And it is comprised of concepts connected using linking words used to form propositions. So this in itself is a what would you say? Organized knowledge is comprised of concepts. Concepts represent organized knowledge comprised of concepts. What is that? What's that, Western Jamaica?
Organized knowledge is comprised of concepts. What is that?
I don't understand what she's asking.
That's a connecting concept.
So?
Proposition.
That's a proposition. Right. So the concept map has several propositions. And those propositions indicate some form of organized knowledge. Okay? And the propositions, when you read them, you're supposed to make some sense. So you have several inside here. So now who can give me another proposition about concept mapping? Let me hear you, Crescentina. Crescentiano, I'm going to get your name one of these days.
Yes. What's the question?
Can you see the screen?
I can see just the shape, but
All right.
I can't
Let me
read
try.
everything.
Let me give you one that I'm sure you can see this. I'll give you a portion of it. See if you can find a proposition there. Who wants to have a go at it? I need a proposition. Just one. Are you so shy? Okay, Western Jamaica, you're supposed to be able to tell me this because you're the one doing the presentation.
Make it smaller again, Dr. Rainford.
All right.
Alright, so concept maps represent, they help us to answer focused questions.
Position. Tell me another one. There are many.
Oh, concept maps.
Yes.
Concept maps. Concept maps represent the organized knowledge that is necessary for effective teaching and learning.
But I mean, you have done that, yes? You could have stopped right here.
It is a proposition.
It is a proposition. Concept maps represent organized knowledge.
Right.
That's true. That's a true statement. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I'm just giving it to myself here.
It's a hierarchical structure. It's a hierarchical structure of concepts. Well, I should have gone up there. Concept maps comprise of concepts that are hierarchically structured.
Very good.
And they aid creativity in learners, infants. Yes, those are learners.
Right. So you see, the concept map is supposed to help you to connect your ideas. Okay? So you are now telling us about the process of making the map. Okay? So this is what the map is about, and you are telling us about the process. And we're saying it can be non-linear, it can be a discussion tool, it is purposeful in some ways. So you can use it to do many different things. So this map is about the process. This one is about what it is. Alright? Now continue with your presentation now. Continue.
Alright, we're now going to look at the disadvantages that concept maps have. The first disadvantage is sometimes the maps may be very difficult to interpret. As with the one on the screen, for me, it's a bit confusing. Students may not be able to see a clear connection among the different things that are in the map. So if you are not careful, they can be confusing and difficult to read. So that was the first disadvantage. So for students, depending on the level, you have to be careful how many different branches you have on the map. You have to be careful that you don't have too many because it can be confusing for some students. Another one is that if you introduce them at the wrong time, it may not be very beneficial to the students. I was reading online and it was saying that at certain levels, concept maps are not necessary. So some teachers use them even at the primary level. And what is the name of this? What is the name of this man? Okay, he's from Dakota. He's a university lecturer. He was saying you have to be careful when you introduce these maps because students at certain levels will not be able to understand them and they may be very confusing to them, so you have to be careful.
And hold on. And we need to remember that as teachers, we are aiming at meaningful learning. So it doesn't make sense for you to throw so many ideas. Yes, it's good for you to allow the child to discover, but you still have to show a direct link so that they can get back to what you're trying to teach.
Did you have a sense of about how many concepts would be required could be considered useful, manageable for students?
Yes, it depends on the capacity.
Not only the age, the capacity of the students. So it's not like we have
But I would say
a certain number of concepts.
I would want no less than 3.
Probably no less than 3.
For high school level students, they need to be able to think of at least 3 things that they can expound on.
Yes, but three,
3
4
solid points, yeah.
No man, if you're talking about secondary level,
yeah,
10 to 12 in a concept map. I'll show you some of the word as soon as I go to my jump. I'll show you what I mean by 10 to 12 in a concept map. 3 maybe 2. You don't have enough for you to get 3 meaningful ideas coming from 3 concepts. Okay? But you could get good connections between 10 to 12 concepts. Right now we have presently more than that. In fact, we have far more than that. Okay? But we have 3, let's call them 4, 9, 30, 8, but almost 30 things here. That's way too many. But if you had 12, then you might be able to get 12. I'm going to give you what to do, so you can continue. Wrap up for me now.
So basically, we think that concept maps they're very important in the teaching learning process. They're basically a powerful way, I would say, for students to reach high levels of cognitive performance. It's not only for learning, but teachers themselves can use it for evaluating and assessing the growth and the performance of their students' learning.
Critical thinking abilities.
Yeah, it promotes critical thinking, and it gets children to think outside the box. Children that don't normally participate, it gets them to think outside the box. So it's a good teaching and learning. It's a good teaching and learning mechanism in our education system. Basically, that's it.
Concept mapping before you did this activity?
Well, I use it for the writing process. And story building.
I remember using it for, we were doing descriptive writing. So I went inside the class and I wrote the word describe in a circle as the main idea. And then I asked the students, when you hear the word describe, what comes to mind? So some of them says to tell in detail, you make a branch for that. And they gave a lot of things, what came to their mind when they heard the word describe. So I use it for descriptive writing, and it's also very effective in story writing.
Okay. Thank you, Western Jamaica. I'll perhaps not do more on this after your break. But let me hear from Joma and Kezia.
Presentation?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. You want to respond, Robin? Go ahead.
Well, even though I wasn't here, I think that there's an error in the use of the word connotative. Should have been denotative. And also too, I felt that what they said a while ago should have been injected in the presentation in terms of what she did in the classroom. Yes. Also too,
Are you hearing? Can you hear WJC?
No, not clear at all.
all right, I was saying.
Don't speak to me.
Okay, I was saying that for the presentation, there's the incorrect use of the word connotative, they should have used the word denotative. Also too, that the examples that were given at the end of the presentation should have been actually a part of the presentation. And also the disadvantage about concept maps being confusing for students, it will be confusing for students if they are not involved in the process of constructing the concept mapping. So one way to remedy that problem is to ensure that you don't go there and construct it, you do it with them. All right, so it will become very clear for them. So that is one way of remedying that disadvantage.
Hold on. Robin?
But remember now, we're going to be respectful. So we're going to ask questions in a different sort of way, all right? So, yes, go ahead, Dario.
Oh, I was saying the use of connotative, it was not misused. I was just saying that a lot of things come to your mind when you see a particular word. So for example, when you see sun, you might not know the exact definition for sun. So the suggested things, those are the things that you would most likely come up with first. So connotative would not be misused in that sense. If it were that I was taking the students from a more researched point, and I say, all right, take out your dictionaries, that's where the denotation would come in.
Denotative doesn't mean only dictionary. It means technical, it means scientific meaning of a word. It's not only dictionary meaning, that's not the only meaning of the word. Denotative.
What I'm going to ask you to do when we come back from the break is to come up with the right responses. So I'm going to leave Western Jamaica and Mona to sort out their differences. And Mona English and Dr. JC English to sort out your differences. And then you're going to come back to the rest of us and be very clear on what it is that is the correct use of the words connotative and denotative. All right? But I want to thank you for this rather spirited response and presentation. I will perhaps try to give you some additional information and help. For us in the sciences, as a science educator, this is very often used in science, and it may not be as often used in mathematics, but I can see how it can be very useful in English, especially in a process. Do you use it? Do you use it at all?
Yes. I remember history diagram.
Yes, certainly. For in the sciences, I use it a lot. So you may not use it as much in math, but you will use it in English, and I suspect that you can do the same thing in IT as well, because you have lots of concepts that you have to learn. All right? And I'm going to ask you to do something just like that in a while. You might be able to do that. So can we just take the math, people, before we take a short 15 minutes break, so you all can cool down, and then we can come back. Yes. No, there's a presentation.
Oh, it's after the presentation.
Sorry. After the presentation, you can talk. They're gonna tell us now. All right. Then can you see turn so they can see the presenters now? Very good. No, yeah, that's
it. Our topic was supposed to do readings on constructivism and behaviorism. Between constructivism and behaviorism. And then describe
We can't hear.
Okay, we're supposed to do reading on which I might do. We're supposed to do reading on constructivism and behaviorism. Differentiate between constructivism and behaviorism. And then describe Nancy's theoretical underpinnings of Nancy's practices. Alright, so I'll just start off and describe what constructivism and behaviorism
Before you begin, is that?
Still can't hear?
Joe, wherever the mic is, can you move a little bit closer and speak loud first, please?
That's right, that's all right.
Yeah, you're right.
Alright.
And remember that our accent is very good.
Okay, so constructivism is basically is an active form of learning where people are actively constructing or creating their ideas of reality. It says that people construct their own understanding and knowledge of the world through experiencing things and reflecting on these experiences. When we encounter something new, we have to reconcile it with our previous ideas and experience and maybe changing what we believe. And if we don't want to change what we believe, we are going to discard the new information as irrelevant. Hear me so far?
Alright, say it in your own words.
Well, my own word was that it was active constructing. It was a constructive process. People are actively constructing and creating their own representation of reality. And again, saying that new info is linked to prior knowledge, and if you don't accept, you'll just discard that knowledge. Alright? Can go on now?
Yes.
Okay, let's come back to you. Continue.
Alright, so again, I'll just probably talk about some difference between it and behaviorism. Behaviorism basically is now that is a worldview that assumes that whereas in constructivism it is active, behaviorism is a worldview that assumes that a learner is essentially passive, responding to the environment stimuli. They also say that the learner starts off as a clean slate and behavior is shaped through positive reinforcement or negative reinforcement. And I guess they were also talking about punishment, where if you punish a behavior, it will result in that being less likely to continue. Whereas if you give, like, I guess them say smiley face or tell someone good work, yes, they would say that that is positive reinforcement and will encourage. However, constructivism is against those external rewards. They're saying that smiley faces and homework or praise such as good works are damaging to the goal of having the student become motivated to learn for the sheer rewards in the learning itself. Some difference between them is that, for example, in constructivism you can think about learning being interactive and building on what the students already know. Behaviorism will talk about learning being based on repetition. Constructivism, teachers have a dialogue with their students and they are helping their students to construct their own knowledge. Behaviorism, teachers are disseminating information to students, students are recipients of knowledge. Also, another criticism of behaviorism is that since it was talking about teachers being, since you're always talking about that you're being reinforced, it is saying that the teacher might dominate students, because since you're talking about positive and negative reinforcement, it's giving the teacher a lot of power in that classroom. Well, yeah, behaviorism actually tell you that punishment actually reduces any form. Positive, and if you punish positive behavior, it will reduce positive behavior. Punish negative behavior, it will reduce negative behavior. Also, constructivism, again, the difference again is that constructivism does not believe in that students coming in with a blank slate as in behaviorism. They believe that students come in with previous knowledge, and it's based on this previous knowledge that students build on. Another, constructivism classroom relies heavily on collaboration among students, and whereas collaborating, coming together, group work, and building on new ideas. What else could I talk about? Yeah, finish it up. I'm gonna probably talk about some of the negative, like some criticism. I don't want to talk about criticism. All right, criticism of constructivism. It says that one, social constructivism leads to group thinking. Critics say that the collaborative aspects of constructivism classrooms tend to produce a tyranny of the majority, in which a few students who voices who are dissenting students are basically forced to conform. So that is one criticism of it. A second criticism of constructivism that there is little hard evidence that this method works. Critics say that constructivism, by rejecting evaluation through testing and other external criteria, have made themselves unaccountable for their students' progress. And benefits, well, one of the benefits you can look at constructivism is that education works best when it concentrates on thinking and understanding rather than rote memorization. It concentrates on learning how to think and understand. It is also learning is transferable. Students create organizing principles they can take with them to other learning settings. And also constructivism promotes social and communication skills by creating a classroom environment that emphasizes collaboration and exchange of ideas. You're going to be Nancy.
Yes. Everybody hearing me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Right. Before I go into Nancy's the case study, Nancy's story, just a quick example. Bermuda. What is 6 times 7?
42.
42. Yeah, what is 6 times 7? 42. Alright, you just take off the back of your head, right? Because you know what is 6 times 7. St. Lucia, suppose I told you, why is 6 sevens 42? What would you understand from that, or how would you answer that question? Why is 6, I notice I don't say 6 times 7, but why is 6 sevens 42?
Because if I add 6 7 times, I should get 42.
Right, so if I have 7 6s, I should get 42. So right there and then, I am expressing constructivism right there versus behaviorism. Behaviorism, see how quickly she probably just come up with 72, because at that moment, 42, at that moment, based on the environment, she knew what 42 was, and maybe she knew what the consequence of really not getting the answer. So, as it relates to the case study though, I'm going to look at some examples and tell you whether this was constructivism or was it behaviorism. Montego Bay, are you familiar with the case study that we did? Yes. Okay. So this should go smoothly then. All right, the case study then was talking about this veteran in the education system, and she used both constructivism and behaviorism in her teaching and interacting with her students. In the case study, it showed that she had open-ended discussions. So this was constructivism. Also, she used recitations during her contact time, so that was behaviorism. Also, it stated that not much passed through without her seeing or knowing a particular student's behavior, because she was structured, she controlled the rhythm of the classroom, she was paced. So I would call this behaviorism. So they know that what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So even when she was not well, when she was ill, she could not speak, she could still control the class because they knew that this was what she stood for, and this type of behavior is acceptable, this is not acceptable. So that was behaviorism showed there. There were also some levels of teaching. When she was using, because remember she teaches literature, and she has different levels. So when she's using translation, so for example, if she reads a particular novel like Shakespeare, just give us just the normal meaning without going into any details. Just look at the word and tell me what you understand from it. So that is behaviorism. Connotations, that's another level. That was constructivism for me. Another level was implication, and application. Application to me would have been constructivism. So that's how constructivism and behaviorism related to the case study. So she used a mixture of both constructivism and behaviorism to get across the lesson.
That's interesting that you have interpreted it like that. Let me ask a question, and anybody can answer this. When you hear the words constructivism and behaviorism, what do you understand that they're referring to? Yeah, those two terms, what are they referring to? What aspect of teaching and learning are they referring to? Your? How about it louder?
Pedagogical approach.
Tell me what that means now.
The teaching and learning styles used by the teacher in the classroom.
Can you hear Bermuda? St. Lucia?
Barely.
No, speak a little louder on me.
So,
turn your head that way.
So constructivism and behaviorism are speaking specifically to pedagogical approaches used by teachers within the classroom setting.
Okay.
And Miss will add.
No, I'm not adding a thing. Because this approach is constructivist. And I wanted to hear what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is helping us to understand what I wanted to understand. All right, so continue, Robin. You're speaking of it as the approaches used by teachers in the classroom. So then,
I would add, we learned something in a class called engaged pedagogy. So when I heard the word constructivism, that came, I constantly was thinking about engaged
pedagogy.
Right.
As are. So if you're thinking that engaged pedagogy relates to constructivism, why would you think like that? What is it about what you have just heard about constructivism and what you have understood about engaged pedagogy? Why did you put those two together?
Because in my mind, it's a process of reciprocity where both the teacher and the students. It is based, in my mind, it is speaking to the notion of reciprocity where both the teacher and the students are learning and are constructing knowledge.
All right, fine. So we're talking about a situation where learning, if you consider the teacher and the learner as at some point being dominant in the classroom. In the case of behaviorism, what we have is a sort of traditional approach to teaching and learning, where the teacher is dominant. The teacher takes the center stage. The teacher gives instructions. The teacher has information that is passed on to the learner. So hence, Joma said the learner was passive, and that the learner is assumed to come to the experience with very little to offer. So teachers don't really have time, or they don't really spend much time trying to ascertain what the learner knows. The belief really is that the students come to the classroom to learn what the teacher has to give. And so the teacher has the power to facilitate learning in that sense. If the teacher does not give information, the students will not learn. So that's one orientation, one framework, one approach, one philosophical framework that the teacher may adopt, okay? And in some instances also adapt in teaching. Constructivism has another orientation. With constructivism, the belief is that learners do come to the classroom with prior knowledge. And this prior knowledge is important for the teacher to build on, to allow the learner to construct new meanings and to sometimes co-construct, not just as an individual, but with other learners in the classroom. So the approach to instruction is therefore different. The approach is one that says, what is it that you understand? It's more open. The teacher allows the learner to participate more, and so it is active. So the mind is not, and it's not just, I'm not talking about activity, because activity doesn't necessarily mean active learning. It's an engagement of the mind that allows the learner to think about what is being asked and what is being done, so as to facilitate that cognitive process that will lead to critical thinking and deep learning. So when Casey asked the question, what is 6 sevens? Okay? As opposed to what is 6 times 7. And she said, you notice I did not say, what is 6 times 7, but I said, what is 6 sevens? The fact that she said that allowed you to think about the difference between 6 sevens, 6 sets of 7, as opposed to 6 times 7. No. 6 times 7 and 6 sets of 7 could really mean the same thing. They do mean the same thing. But in removing the word times, you have caused the learner to think about it as 6 sets of 7. Okay, and then at some point, you're going to make the association between 6 sets of 7 and 6 times 7. And that process of helping the learner to think about that and to construct that information, to realize that this is what it is what you call constructivism. I remember when I was, I must have been about in grade 4, and that's when I learned it for myself, because I was adding up some numbers, similar numbers, and I was doing it like 10 times. And then I saw the association between multiplication and addition. And so I discovered that in the context of the classroom. And so I learned it on my own. So before my teacher taught me multiplication formally, I realized that there was a link between adding 2 10 times and 10 times 2. So constructivism is that approach to instruction, okay? As you have said, the pedagogical approach. It's the approach to instruction that allows the student to construct meaning from materials that are being presented in the class by the teacher or being made available in the context of teaching and learning. And it is done, there are different aspects of it. I mean, in this course, we can't do all of it, but what I want you to understand, that it's done in a social context, in the context where learners participate in this meaning making. All right? So now, if you go back now to the case with Nancy, and I'm not sure I agree with the way you dissected the case to identify what is behaviorism and what is constructivism, because you really have to see the thing as a whole, and you have to see that what she was doing throughout the process was to help the learners to construct meaning. Now, the fact that she had to at some point become more direct in instruction when she became more central to the process would allow her to be in a more behaviorist disposition in terms of how she was teaching. And at some other times she was more constructivist. So what I'm agreeing with you with is that with teaching, it's never one, usually, or the other. You can consider it as a continuum, and that at either end you may have the teacher at some points. For example, in this mode, where I have now begun to talk to you, then I have taken on a more behaviorist approach to instruction. But prior to this, when I sat down and I allowed you to lead and to talk about it among yourselves, then I was asking you to think about, even as we had the concept mapping approach, and you were talking about what was happening and what the concept mapping was, and then I allowed you to use the map which I found and I projected for you to explain. What I have done is not to get up and to tell you what's concept mapping, but allow you to construct an understanding that you are able to explain for everybody's benefit. So within the context of teaching and learning, you have those two paradigms, if you want, where at some point the learner is more passive than at other points, and at some points the teacher may become so. But constructivism is the framework, as you might say. It is perhaps the more modern approach to instruction that you will find embedded in all of the curricula since perhaps the 1980s, in which we recognize that learners come to the classroom with information on which we build. And we don't just come and take out your books and begin to just give information, because that suggests that the learner has nothing to offer. And that approach normally leads to learners taking information from you, yes. They become very dependent on you, as you were saying. They become, and it doesn't facilitate critical thinking. So you find that learners will wait on you to give the right answer, or wait on you till you come to the point where you say, yeah, this is what I'm saying. So if you don't encourage that level of participation and engagement, what will happen is that the learners, in fact, don't learn. They don't think. And that's not what you want. All right? So we're going to come back to this. I perhaps will say some more about this on when is it, Thursday? So as to flesh it out some more for you. But do you have anything to say, St. Lucia? Anything you want to add?
No, nothing.
No, nothing, all right. Bermuda?
No, I think we got it.
You've got it, all right. Western Jamaica?
Clear?
Very clear, all right. Can we take 10 minutes break?
Dr. Rainford, just 1 second.
Before you break.
In reference to constructivism, because in reference to Nancy's case,
yes.
You said that you don't totally agree with what was said.
Yes.
But I was supposed to understand that I think she used constructivism for the most part. But
meaning Nancy?
Nancy. Well, I don't, as you said before too, that the teacher will always have the responsibility of facilitating learning and guiding the learning process. So there will be occasions where the teacher will be required to manage the learning process. So I don't think that we should confuse it as behaviorism. I just want to get it clear.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. And the thing is, what Gavin is saying is that the fact that the teacher manages a learning environment doesn't mean that it is a behaviorist approach. That's correct. And I was going to say something you're talking, you just don't. All right, you come back to me. I mean, back to Nancy's case. the fact is that what she was doing was to engage their minds in a way to help them to really think through many of the concepts that she was teaching. And so that in itself, she didn't tell them, she didn't give them the information, but by virtue of how she organized the learning environment, they were able to come up with the ideas and the correct concepts. And that is the heart of constructivism. The heart of it is you are not giving students the information per se, but you are, by virtue of how you have organized for the learning and planned, what you have done is to allow them to generate that meaning for themselves. Because that then it becomes more secure, and the learner becomes more confident in what he or she knows. It's more secure because they have come to a way of understanding it, that it's theirs. All right? And that's really what you want, more than giving information for them to really repeat. All right?
I was thinking one thing too, when I was in terms of constructivism, and I think he alluded to it in his presentation, one of the major concerns could be that in constructing the knowledge, you might find that some students dominate and others are left behind. So, when the teacher asks questions, and just one set of students are, always offering information, that could be looked at as a disadvantage. But I'm thinking also too that a trade-off to that would be that some students might be motivated to go home and actually do some work on their own and come back to the learning environment with an attitude to actually participate.
Yes, that's possible.
So I was thinking about it, it depends on the age. No, but as what Miss said, she discovered something on her own. And students sometimes, when they learn things on their own, they love to come back and share. And
right, yes, that's correct, that's correct.
Very, very excited.
And you never forget it actually,
Actually, right.
You never forget it, It makes a lot of sense. All right, let's take 10 minutes, and when we return, if you haven't got the chapter 8, take it out. Chapter 8 of Lang and Evans. And I'm going to just tie up what we have done this morning so we can bring it all together. All right, chapter 8. Okay. Shulman has it. It's in Shulman.
Pressing on mute. The mute shifting the camera. I don't know. So, yeah. And now the one turnaround is just like a flat path. So I'm looking for a thing. I think the weather sign is getting now. They probably bringing in all that for the restaurant. Exactly, that's my problem. So because I wanted to make cupcake lasagna.
What can you use?
Yes.
Use lasagna sheets.
Because the technicians went for a break.
You want?
Yes, moving on back.
Go ahead.
Okay, Crescentiano?
Yeah.
That was your show today, crazy. Okay. I'm very sorry, it was a technical thing and I didn't realize.
Okay.
My apologies. We're going to continue. I just wanted to be clear about something. From the schedule that we had sent, this is the day I need to revise this. This is the day that we're going to be.
There's talking and movement, and so I'm not hearing you clearly. But what were you saying?
Let's stay in one position now. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying for those persons who are not here is that on the 1st of July, I have said that we're not going to have a class. I don't think you were hearing that, St. Lucia, because you weren't here last time. Okay? July 1, I'm saying that I have a meeting, a university meeting that I must attend. And so I will not have that class on the 1st, but I expect that you will still meet to prepare for your micro teaching.
Okay.
However, the 3rd is the date scheduled for the micro teaching. But because we're not meeting on July 1, what I have done for the 1st of July will be now on the 3rd of July. And the micro teaching will be on July 8th, the 8th of July. You get that?
The what day?
The 8th.
The 8th. So what we have done is we have removed the class on the 1st and we have shifted everything down by 1 week.
But then on the 8th, I will be in Barbados starting CXC.
Oh. Okay, then. Yeah. Like Robin and Gavin.
Oh yeah, they're reasonable.
Oh. All right. Okay then. All righty then.
I like your little process. I like your little process.
All right, then here's what we're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna have to do because I can't undo paste. What I will do is this. I will have the videos, the video viewing for the 1st of July. Okay? And I'll set up some questions. Now, I'm gonna have to send the videos to I haven't read it as yet. But I'm gonna have to send it to perhaps a Dropbox for you to be able to see some of them. Or I'll send the links to you to the various sites. And what I will do is I will set the questions. I'll post the questions for the videos. We will not take the entire day to do micro teaching on the 3rd because you are not going to be doing more than a 30-40 minutes lesson, and there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Am I right? And 5 groups.
Oh, okay.
Right, is that right? So I have. Let's work this out now. Where we have mathematics group 1. We're dealing with Mona. Mona. Where we have mathematics group 2, we're dealing with Bermuda. Where we have English group 1, we're dealing with Western Jamaica. And where we have English group 2, we're dealing with Mona. And IT, no, St. Lucia, I'm going to suggest you do an integrated lesson. So you could do something perhaps with binary systems or that sort of thing that would integrate both mathematics and IT.
Okay.
And for Western Jamaica, you could, if you have, since you may have mathematics and English there as well, you could perhaps look at worded problems, interpreting worded problems, something of that nature. Western Jamaica, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Would that be possible? Do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Excuse me, miss?
I'm listening.
I am doing math, Western Jamaica. So, which group I join?
Okay. I was suggesting that you could do an integrated lesson that involves worded problems, problems that you have to interpret before you do. And you could integrate the English and the math together. But if you prefer not to do that, that's fine, it's fine. You could join the math group at Mona.
I'm so affiliated to Western Jamaica, I couldn't leave my colleagues like that.
That was why I had that first. Hence my first suggestion.
Okay.
Okay? So find a way to integrate the math with the English. Can you manage that? WJC?
Yes, we can.
You can. I believe you can. And the same with St. Lucia. You could integrate math and IT so you don't have the challenge of presenting alone. All right? So we keep the schedule then. Let me think about it a little bit longer. Who is going to Barbados to do CXC marking? Is it Western Jamaica? I'm okay. Who is going to Barbados?
Within St. Lucia, I think.
St. Lucia, is it St. Lucia?
Yeah.
Santiano?
Yes, I am.
You're marking, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, fine. Because another way around this would be to have you do it on the third, and still come back on the 8th and finish up. Okay? And so I will do up a schedule that allows for that flexibility. So we will still have you on the 3rd, St. Lucia, and then St. Lucia there?
And we await our topics for presentation Thursday.
How long is that?
Yes, I'm going to tell you now.
Okay.
You are doing the deductive approach to teaching concepts.
Deductive?
Deductive.
Okay.
Deductive. Okay? And Mona English. I'm only just finished to do. I'm going to ask you to look at discussions, guided discussions. Mona English. Okay, St. Lucia, you're looking at the deductive approach to teaching concepts. And Mona English is we're looking at guided discussions as a teaching strategy. All right? So that's on Thursday of this week. It won't take a long, this week Thursday. Like the day after tomorrow. What's that one?
This is for the micro teaching?
No. Presentation. And it's easier if you do a PowerPoint. you can send it to me by email even on the morning of the presentation, just before class, so that we can project it. All right, that's easier. And Western Jamaica, I'm still expecting your PowerPoint, so I can upload it. I'm gonna put up the one that Bermuda did. And remember, this is where I'm going next. Remember that you need to do a critique. Remember, for those persons who are not here, earlier, remember that this was your assigned topic, and you're to now write a 2-page critique of one other presentation, and you're to look at the strengths and weaknesses, strategies, etc., and areas for improvement, possible alternative approaches. And that is due on Thursday. Yes. One. So even if you haven't presented as yet, you can critique. Because I want to turn it around so you can have it back, so you can know that I don't.
You don't mark hard.
I must have been what I said. That's around. All right. Now, for your micro teaching, I'm drawing your attention to what you're being asked to do. You can make some time outside of the session now to do this, so that you can get this done by July 3. And then remember that you also have to do an evaluation. So you're going to do the collaborative teaching, but you have a brief evaluation of your own lesson. That's an individual piece. Are you with me, everybody?
Okay.
Yes.
This part C is an individual piece. And part D, you should begin to think about this from now, because that doesn't require, it requires for you to do some research. You're looking at reflective, you're looking at micro teaching as a means of instruction, and you're supposed to send me some references so I can post them, so you can do some reading. Anybody found any as yet? All right, that means silence means no. That's called a deafening silence. Okay, but remember, please, remember, we don't have much time for this. So you need to begin to do what you can do from now. So send me the references so that I can post them so that your colleagues can have a look at them. That's a part of the work you have to do here. A bit of research. All right?
References.
Yeah, you just don't change.
Dr. Rainford, so this course, well, this course is supposed to be a 6-credit course, right? So
No.
3 credit.
Yeah. All the courses are free.
Is that? No, I'm not saying it.
Just an example.
But
Why is it 6? Why is it 6 then? No, there are 6 credits for the core courses. So you have 2 core courses. You have this one and the one we did last semester. So the total of 6 credits in all from those 2 courses.
Okay.
Yes, you're in trouble.
The total, this is what, 100%?
100% coursework. All right? Okay. Now, we're going to spend the next 45 minutes or so looking at this section from Lang and
Somebody is speaking with you, and I'm getting confused.
or me. All right. Okay, we're going to ask that you don't confuse Crescentiana. So you don't speak. We speak one at a time. The class has now grown, so we have perhaps a full complement almost. We said there is still one person.
They can just mute their mic so that I can hear you. That's all.
They just need to
mute the mic and so I can hear you.
Oh, so that means the noise is coming from outside of Mona. All right. All right. I want us to look at the chapter 8 from Lang and Evans that by now you would have read, and it's on questioning. Okay. Go back to my copy. And we're going to talk a bit about what is here. We're going to I'm just going to just take you through what you have, which I think if you don't have it hard, you have it in front of you. Everybody has access to this. Do you have the document in one form or another? WJC?
Looking, miss, looking.
Raise your hand if you have it.
What, in chapter 8, right?
It's chapter 8. I sent it to you this morning. There you go.
Yes.
Okay. And I know the others got it before. All right. So we're going to look at the business of questioning. No. Last question.
He just come this morning.
No. Saying chapter 8, but appear chapter 9.
Remember WJC, only way Mona can understand you. You got that? All right. Now, last week we talked a bit about asking questions. And I said to you that there are different taxonomies that we use for having different levels of questions. And we mentioned Bloom's taxonomy. You remember that? Well, you better remember, because I gave you these things to read and it's there. And I said to you, you may not have remembered, but there is there's a chapter, I don't know which chapter it is, from the other text which I've taken information from, that gives you a nice set of terms from Bloom's taxonomy that addresses the different levels of questions: the knowledge, the comprehension, the analysis, application, synthesis, evaluation. Today, I want us to look now into the nitty-gritty of asking questions, because questioning is one of the skills that you must master as teachers. You must master questioning, because so much of what you want to know is in the students' minds, that we have to ask questions and ask the right questions. If you ask the wrong question, you will elicit the incorrect response, and you will still not know whether the student knows what you want to find out if they know. So asking good questions is really very important in teaching. We're going to spend some time, therefore, looking at it. And I'm going to just take you through the chapter, which you have, and I'm on page 247. Just a bit about some of the research that underscores undergirds this principle. And one of the things that the research tells us is that many times teachers don't take enough time. They don't give students enough time to answer questions. No, I just want you to just stop for a while, and I'm going to time you. And I'm going to let you know, oh, this is the wrong watch, what 30 seconds look like. Anybody said about this second hand? All right. Now, let's just be quiet until I tell you to stop. Now, although that seemed like 5 minutes, it was 30 seconds. And that is the amount of time, on average, that you are being encouraged to wait before getting a student to respond. Yes. So what I'm saying is, very often we ask questions and immediately students begin to speak. The research suggests that we need to wait about 30 seconds to give students a chance to think before they speak. So we're going to talk a bit about, and I did that because I want you to feel what 30 seconds, what it feels like. Okay? Because sometimes we start, what is so-and-so? And in the next 2 seconds, you expect a response. Now, many of the times, the reason why students don't give you good responses is because they haven't thought about it deeply enough. And some students rattle off the answers, but others are still thinking. And when we don't create a space in the classroom for them to think, then we have problems. All right? So let's look at what Lang and Evans said. They say, firstly, that you should get the students' undivided attention. If you have something important to say, then you must make sure that they are alert and attentive. You get their attention. State the question clearly. Okay? And they say, pause for 3 to 5 seconds. The research actually says that you wait about 30 seconds before you give a child a chance to answer. Okay? You give them what they call wait time or thinking time. Okay? Call on specific individuals to respond and require students to respond so that the whole class hears. Now, these are just some basic common sense principles that we incorporate in asking questions. We make sure that we have clear questions. The clarity of our questions are going to improve if we put them down on paper beforehand. So as a part of your planning, you incorporate the questions that you want to ask the students. You put those in your plan. We're coming to planning next on Thursday. All right? So you plan with your questions in mind. But good teaching always involves asking questions during the course of teaching and learning as the issues arise. And it is important that you think about what you're asking students. And sometimes we ask questions, and as we ask them, we need to rephrase, we need to return to them, we need to think about what we've asked. We have to say, do you understand what I've said? Do you understand what I'm asking? And you think of different ways of asking the question to get the students to understand what you're asking. Because half of the time, students don't understand what teachers are asking. We need to spend some time making sure that we're asking what we really want to ask. You're going to get a chance to do that in a little while. Okay? So now, much of this, therefore, is managing the learning environment. Managing it in such a way that students hear, and I'm really trying to slow down my own speech now because my tendency is to speak faster than you can hear. So I'm trying very hard to go at a slower pace so that you can understand what I'm saying. And that is something that you two also have to control. So this section speaks about the steps for asking questions, the procedures. Get attention, ask the question, wait, call for a response, let the whole class hear. Avoid mimis. Avoid the call-outs. Avoid the chorus responses. Okay? Avoid having students repeat the same answer. Okay? Now, we're going to talk a bit about some of the strategies that you can use to ask questions and to get students involved. One of the things you must try to do is to redirect your questions. So you redirect your questions in class so as to allow other students to participate. So here's one. Here I go. Gideon. What is the capital of Kingston?
The capital of Kingston is?
No, you're to respond.
Kingston.
Do you agree with her? Carlene, is it?
Yes, miss.
What about you, Jomo?
Yes.
Is there anyone who disagrees?
No, miss.
That's redirection. Everybody got that?
Yes.
That's redirection. Redirection means I don't take the first response that I hear. Okay? Or you might ask me a question, and then I say, okay, Kate has asked about the capital of Kingston. What do you think that is, Jomo? I don't answer. I asked somebody else in the class to answer. Now that allows students to always expect to be questioned. All right? That's an important part of it. Another very important strategy is probing. Who can tell me what probing means?
Providing little hints or ask other things that will help them to get what you're saying.
Yes. And such as, give me some more, another, expand on that for me, Presentiana.
Okay.
Expand on it. For example.
Expand on front. I'm trying to think of an example. So, for example, when you just asked, what is the capital of Kingston? And
yes.
if nobody was answering, then you'd say, you'd probably tell them something about Kingston, or you would probably tell them what is a capital.
Yes.
And then they would try to say, okay, so if a capital is this, then
yes.
where is it in Kingston so that I can say, well, this is the capital of Kingston.
Very good. Or you might ask further questions. Do you understand what I mean by capital? Okay? What do you know any capital cities around the world? So what, that kind of thing. So you probe further. Sometimes when you get a response, the response is not complete. And you might want to probe further to ensure that the student fully understands what they're really saying. So the student says to you that I don't know, the correct way to bake bread is to use yeast. Let us say. I know nothing about baking bread, so I hope I know where I'm going with this. So the student says the correct way to bake bread is to use yeast. And so you say now, are you saying that if there is if yeast is not eating bread or in the process of baking bread, then we will not have bread. And so the person thinks about it some more, and so you dig deeper, because sometimes what you're getting to is a conceptual understanding. You're trying to get to the point where they may have some error in their response, and in order for you to clarify that error, for them to understand that, you have to probe their response.
That's a very great question. For example, at times they may ask you a question, right? But you know that they know the answer to the question, so you redirect the question to them.
Yes.
Is that okay?
That's fine. Because what you do is it's a whole business of constructivism, you know. You are ensuring that the learner takes responsibility to think about this thing and to come to the correct answer. So what you're really trying to do is to help the learner to take responsibility to find out the information. If you allow them to depend on you, then what you will find is that you come across as a dictionary, and they just come in to get what you have in your mind. So it's important. So the redirection, the prompting, the probing is also a very important strategy. And of course, I mentioned the wait time. Those are very key for good questions. This is just not the technicality. There's the technical aspects of it. So you redirect. You don't always appear to take the first response, because many times students have alternate responses inside the classroom, and you will never hear them unless you redirect. You should also have a strategy of how to ask the students questions. Who you're going to ask. Which students you will ask the questions. You make a general statement to the class, but you always ask individuals by name to respond. So it's important to get to know your students, all your students. And sometimes, if your students are not familiar with the content, that's not the time to let them know that they don't know. In other words, if you know that I don't know the capital of Kingston, for example, you shouldn't just ask me that question to show me up. All right? You shouldn't ask me that question to make me feel embarrassed. Because questioning is not to be used as a tool, as a punitive tool. I know we do this, you know.
Yes, we do.
So that's why I'm saying it. Okay? It's very hard sometimes not to bully. Okay, Jonathan, what did I just say about? And you know Jonathan was not listening. Right? But we should try very hard, especially if the persons who are involved, or the students, they are very sensitive. Jonathan may be fine with it, then that may not be so bad. But if Jonathan is very sensitive, you may want to watch that. Because what you don't want to happen is that the student will get turned off the subject because of your personality. And so many students get turned off the subject because the teacher is just not nice to them. Yeah? And it is
nice. Is it really being nice? Is it really being nice or being considerate?
Being considerate?
Is it being nice or being considerate?
Yeah, considerate. Being kind. And that's very important. It's about human relationships. All right? And we need to think about the learner. And if you think about yourselves and you think about the subjects that you liked at school, chances are you will realize that you like this particular subject because of the teacher. In many instances. Our teachers caused us to have a love for that subject because somehow there was this connection. You liked the teacher, and so you did his or her subject. All right? So this becomes very important. How it is that you ask the questions and how you manage the environment for managing the questions. Let's start phrasing the questions. Now, phrasing the questions has to do with the level at which you want to pitch your question as one aspect of it. It has to do with, just the clarity, how long the question is. You don't want a question that by the time, I don't know if you listen sometimes to the questions that they ask, some interviewers ask, but sometimes they have a way of having a whole paragraph before they get to the question. So they have to have the context is important, but then they have a whole paragraph, and then they ask the question, and it's locked up somewhere inside the paragraph, you can't get to it. That's not good questions. Good questions are clear. You should be able to get to the question with some amount of ease. They're trying to brief in class. So the long and the ones that tax your memory, they should be logically sequenced. So you need to make sure that if you're talking about a situation, so you have a story, for example, and you're asking questions about this story. So you may start with, what was the setting for this story? What are some of the main characters in the story? Before you get to one of the themes.
What techniques were used to develop?
Yeah, you understand? So you go in a sequence that is developmental. You don't start really at, because if you think about it, you've got to think about them in the stepwise manner. And the same thing I'm talking about now in terms of asking questions in class, the same way you're going to write them on the exam paper. In some sort of sequential manner that allows for logical thinking and development of ideas. All right? So it's logically sequenced. And it must match the level of the students. Now here's the challenge that you have. The challenge that you have is that you want to get students not just to be thinking about recall type questions. You want them to also apply. You want them to synthesize. So I'm not saying that you are not to ask questions at all the levels. But what I'm saying is that you have to ensure that the level at which you pitch your questions, students can actually answer. Or else it's going to be a monologue. Okay? And they're going to be turned off. So you have to be sensitive. Teaching is about sensitivity. Sensitive to your learners, to be able to know what to ask, when. Okay? And more than anything, it should be designed to promote critical thinking. Critical thinking. Alright? Now let's look a little bit at what this may look like. Some of the things that you need to do. Now, I don't know if you know this game. Can you see it?
Can you zoom in, please?
A little blurred. No, don't worry about it. You can come back to that in a little while. I want to talk a bit about this. And because that's really where we're going. How do we use questions to get students to think in a way that, critical thinking. Now, what I had before were some mind games. Okay? And the English people use it very often. My daughter plays it. You have some pictures that look as if they're totally unconnected. And you get them to begin to, what do they have in common? That kind of game. But outside of that, what you want is to help students to think. You want them to begin to think critically. And so that's going to require some changes in yourself as a teacher, in how you instruct and how you monitor progress. Instruction that's going to facilitate thinking will not do so if if it's taken purely from a behaviorist perspective. All right? You're not going to get the thinking that you want if you do that. No, that's not. Critical thinking is the ability to think clearly and rationally. And it must involve reflective and independent thinking. What are the implications of that for the classroom? If we want students to develop critical thinking, or to think critically, and I'm saying that it involves an engagement in such a way as to facilitate reflective and independent thinking. What are the implications for teaching and learning? I'm pausing now. That was not a rhetorical question. For the record. That question cannot be answered after 3 seconds. You do realize that, right? So, it's not rhetorical. So then I might say to you, if we're doing this, since you're doing this, I could say, okay, now, I want you to think about that by yourselves. And then talk to yourselves, talk to each other about what your thoughts are. And I may give you a minute to do that. And then you begin to talk to me. So just based on what I've just said, what are the implications for that in the classroom?
What's the implications of what in the classroom?
All right. Implications. I have said that critical thinking. Can you see the screen?
No.
No.
I'm very sorry. You missed it. No, nobody's here. Well.
Chapter 8.
Chapter 8.
You want to think that is like this.
Can you see the screen now?
Yeah, we can put on our PowerPoint. So we can't see it though.
You can't see it.
Yeah, but we
I
just
had sent the PowerPoint to you.
Yeah, so we just
You had it? Yes, I had it. I had sent it to you before. All right. Okay. The question I'm asking then is, if critical thinking includes the ability to engage the learner in reflective and independent thinking, and just now, I had said that one of the ways I had asked, what are the implications for developing critical thinking for the classroom? If it is that's what we want to do, to engage in reflective and independent thinking, what are the classroom implications for achieving that? And then I said, I took the opportunity to say, I may, for example, ask you to stop a while, do this, think about the statement, then talk to each other, and then responding. All right? So I was giving you a sort of a hint. And I'm looking at your faces, because I'm only thinking about faces a little while. But the question is, what are the implications of teaching and learning?
The teacher should create opportunities for, provide a stimulus that would create the opportunity for such levels of thinking.
So you're saying that one implication is that the teacher must be conscious that the opportunity should be created. Okay, that's one implication. So tell me now one implication for the learner.
Give them an opportunity to analyze and perhaps evaluate whatever it is that they perhaps discuss about themselves. Okay, so it gives the students the opportunity to analyze information perhaps and evaluate that information in an effort to facilitate and promote well, to build on their capacities, their knowledge.
All right. So we're saying two things: that the teacher must create the stimulus for this to take place, and that the learner must also be in a position to apply and to think about what is being presented, so as to build on to improve their knowledge base.
Right. Sure.
Can you think of something else? Anything else?
The learner will meaningfully contribute to the construction of the knowledge that is formed in the class. So it's meaningful contribution, knowledge contribution.
All right. So the learner must be, therefore, prepared to what?
Meaningfully contribute.
And to participate in the process. So the learner has to be prepared to participate in this process. The teacher has to create the environment for this to take place. The learner has to therefore begin to think of applying what it is that he or she is learning. So this business of reflective and independent thinking has to first be initiated by the teacher. How the teacher sets up the learning experience. Because if it is that you need to have reflective and independent thinking, then you must create the context for reflection to take place and for there to be some independence in when this thinking is taking place. So remember what I said? I said, think about this for a little while. Other. Okay? Then let me hear what you're saying. So you must give the learner an opportunity to think first. All right? So that they can become independent. If every single time they have to do something, they first begin to talk without determining what's my position, then their positions never become important for them. They have to learn. And the only way for this to happen, for this to become the norm, is if the teacher creates that environment. That's very important. When we understand what we want, then we get them to do this. Now, the outcome, what we really want, we want persons who can operate like this. They can understand the logical connection between ideas. They can identify, construct, and evaluate arguments. These are the ideal learners. They can detect inconsistencies and common mistakes in reasoning, solve problems systematically, identify the relevance and importance of ideas, and reflect on the justification of one's own beliefs and values. All of this will only take place, it will only occur if the teacher, as I have said, sets up this environment. It has implications, therefore, for the kinds of questions that you ask.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm breaking the silence.
Excellent.
Can I say that if students are able to think critically, they would better be able to apply and make use of concepts or information that they are learning? Would I be correct in saying that?
That would be correct. That would be correct, because the whole business of applying concepts and applying what it is you're learning to novel situations requires critical thinking. if it is that when we teach, we do not require this of students, then we are not facilitating the development of critical thinking. So if the level at which we ask questions is purely at a point where you're asking them to tell you what you have already told them, then you will never develop critical thinkers. You have to raise the level of your questions, I'm going to come to it shortly, that allows you to have them take what they have learned to a new context, a novel situation.
Question number 2.
Yes.
When we look at our current crop of students, I'm speaking generally around the Caribbean, there seems to be a problem with critical thinking across the board. I'm asking you a question that I'm not sure maybe you may not be able to answer it, but I'll ask it anyway, maybe to get your opinion. Do you think the problem is with the teaching in terms of the techniques that we have been using, or is the problem somewhere else? Do we point the finger somewhere else?
I don't think it's somewhere else. I think it's with the teaching. I think that what we have managed to do, well, I shouldn't say with the teaching alone. The teaching is influenced by our examination system and the structure. And we have come to a place where the external examination is so absolutely important for movement, for advancement, for scarce benefits, that it becomes the end. This is the end. You must pass these exams. And so it's not so much now about learning to pass the exams, but just passing the exams. And so learning and developing these skills, as I was saying last week, that's sort of sideline. It's sort of put to the side because of the context in which we operate, in a context of limited resources and scarce benefits. All right?
Okay.
That's my political view.
Thank you.
All right? So
Ms. Rainford, I'm kind of, because I was just listening to Alvin's question, and I kind of understand it. I understand his question. I think he wants to be nice about it. I mean, what he wants to, well, from my view, in order for kids to be critical thinkers, yes, teachers have a part to play, but before they come to school, they have to learn some sort of thinking process prior to coming to the learning environment. That's right, correct?
Yes. I agree with you.
So, I think and I'm not sure, Alvin, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think what he's trying to say is, are you saying that when this exercise of critical thinking is spot on, but when you have students who don't have the support or the environment, let's put it that way, the environment that's not conducive to them being critical thinkers, what's the next step we need to do as teachers? Because obviously when they come into our classroom, their previous environment before they left is not gearing them to be critical thinkers. You understand what I'm saying?
So your concern is that, well, I think I'm hearing a couple of things. Firstly, you're acknowledging that there is a role for the teacher to play in developing critical thinkers.
Yes.
But you're also recognizing that there is another factor over which the teacher perhaps has no control, and that's perhaps the background, the environment from which the student comes. And that also might influence what, the kind of learner the person is and the kind of approach that the student has towards learning, and hence critical thinking. And you're right, That's also correct. But to a great extent, what happens with the learner in school plays such the impact, the influence of school on the learner is so powerful that I think that if we don't acknowledge that, we're going to lose and miss the opportunity to get them to think like this. I tell you this because as a parent, it is very difficult for me to undo anything that my child learns at school. Absolutely almost impossible. Because somehow school is thought to be the place in the mind of the learner where learning takes place. And unless parents are able from very early to get students to recognize, that there's learning all around and all of that, it's very difficult to undo paste. Once that child comes into that learning environment and gets even a sort of view of what is required for even research, even just to come to school and learn, it's very difficult to undo it. So the teacher has a very, not the teacher, the school environment is very central, a very important role in terms of creating this sort of context, this sort of understanding of what schooling is all about and what's required. And when you set this in your classrooms, what you in fact do is you prepare for life some persons who you truly want to function in society. So I want you to think about the learners that you have, and you perhaps think about yourselves. And Ed and Paul, who are some of the people who do a lot of research in critical thinking. If you're doing anything in critical thinking research, you've got to use these people. They have categorized thinking into a sort of hierarchy. And they have described the thinking abilities, the kinds of thinkers, as naive thinkers, selfish critical thinkers, or fair-minded critical thinkers. That the naive thinker, those persons, they don't really care about thinking. And they're not even aware that they're thinking or they're not thinking. All right? But the selfish critical thinker is good at thinking, but they're unfair towards others. And listen, we don't want this person in our society.
Well, Dr. Rainford, what do you mean unfair to others?
They are critical, but they don't acknowledge the good, right, that somebody else may contribute. It is not that they don't think critically. It is that there's something about how they present their arguments that's always putting people down. And what you really want is to create a critical thinker. So this has wrapped up in it a sort of philosophy about creating someone who has good intentions for your society. So what they're asking us to do as teachers is not just to create critical thinkers who are able to, put everybody down, which may be possible and may even be true, but it's to create a sort of attitude such that you are prepared to consider somebody else's perspective. And that is the kind of learner you want to create. You want to create a learner who will be able to be fair to others. To say, Oranthus, I think that you are on the right track. But in truth and in fact, yeah, you have a point. But perhaps have you considered it this way? Have you thought about it that way? Instead of saying, Orantus, that makes no sense. That's foolishness. It's a different kind of thing. Even if what you say may not be true. You know what I'm saying? So you have to help students to be critical, but at the same time, create an environment where you have a kind of ethos where we treat each other as people. All right? And not just beat each other up. You work at improving your own thinking. That's how they describe it.
But sir, Dr. Rainford,
yeah, go ahead.
That kind of utopic.
It is.
Okay.
It is. It is utopic. But at some points we have to promote these sorts of dispositions in our class. And not be spending enough time looking at the social dimension of teaching and learning enough. And so you're going to be talking about, in the classroom environment, how do you listen to each other? I don't know. I think the Americans are quite an amazing people. Because they are sitting in the room and they're talking to each other and they're really saying nasty things to each other in some respects. But they're saying it in a way that is quite civil. Without fighting each other. Without jumping over each, and you know what I'm saying? I don't know, we aggressive. It's just a way of thinking. Now, what are the changes that we need to do? We need to ensure that as we teach, now here is where the challenge is. It's not easy. Friend and Alvinus, that's why I said it sits in the domain of the teaching. Because you see, you are not going to develop critical thinkers if in your delivery there is not that level of critical thinking. It's not going to happen. So, you have to find a way to do this. Now, I teach science, okay? So I have to draw an example from science. So I am going to teach my students about something that you all know about. Let's call it filtration. So filtration is a process by which you separate solid from liquid using some form, some mechanism that will remove solid particles using a filter paper or a strain or some such thing, but a filter paper in the science lab. So then, I come in and my purpose is to teach filtration. And I come with my gadgets. And I have my funnel and my filter paper, and I put it in my funnel. And I have several mixtures. I have a mixture of sand and water. I have a mixture of water and syrup. And I say to the students, I'm going to filter my mixture of sand and water. And I do that. And then I say to my students, and for me to separate my mixture of sugar, of syrup and water, I'm going to distill. Something is wrong with that. What's wrong with that is that I have not made the student think about why it is not appropriate to filter the mixture of syrup and water. So if my presentation is to separate sand and water, I filter. To separate syrup and water, I distill. They will learn it, they will know it, but they haven't begun to think about it. So it is, and that's why I say it is in the mode of delivery. It is how we organize. If you really want students to become critical thinkers, you have got to present your the environment has to be as such that it promotes it. And so as you teach, you have to find ways to get them to think about why.
And maybe as a teacher too, you have to be a critical thinker.
Oh yes.
Because you can't expect, because I think sometimes they might have questions that they want to pose to you.
Yes.
And in that situation you can't redirect the question to another student in the class all the time.
Exactly.
Because they want to hear from you.
Exactly. So you have to do this. It's
I should ask them why would I use this creation and I would want to filtration. Ask them why I separate liquid from liquid.
You've got to ask why. We don't ask why enough. We tend to ask what. We tend to ask where. We tend to ask why. When, but not why and not how. Alright? We must ask why. So this is how we ask questions. So much of what I've said earlier is tied up with this. Manage the environment. How you frame your questions. And create that environment that Elder Paul speaks about, where you're creating critical thinkers who are sensitive and not selfish. An environment has to be supportive, because if you ask students to explain something and they think that you're going to think that they don't have any sense, they are not going to speak. So you have to make your environment a safe place. So one of the things you need to do in your classroom is this is a safe place. Anything happens inside here, we can all hear. It's a learning experience. So in your classroom, you set the ground rules. We don't laugh at each other. We don't ridicule each other. Let someone say to do it, but not in your classroom.
But you hear that them as a teacher, you hear everything. Sir, you know what I say in a physics class. You hear everything about in a physics and chemistry class. So this is part of what I said.
Yeah, but if I take your point, Jova, because the truth is that, we live in a society that can be very harsh, and but we have to just keep on trying to get students to recognize that this is a learning experience. And there are some things that we know very well, but there are many things that we don't know very well, and we have to allow for that to take place. I spoke about some of this. Wait time, no hands up. So I don't know if this happens in your culture, in Bermuda and St. Lucia, but in Jamaica, as you ask the question, miss. So what they suggest is don't do that. Don't let students do this. What's that?
Why no hands up?
I'm going to tell you. What do you think? What do you think?
Because he's saying you put the hands
and who doesn't know.
What's that person? I didn't hear that.
I said it shows who knows and who doesn't know.
That may be one reason.
Yes.
What's the other reason? What other reason?
To give that student the opportunity to respond, possibly all the time, or if you decide not to respond to that student who has actually raised his hand, then it might feel as if you don't.
When you raise your hands, what does it signify?
It's for attention.
No. That you know, for attention is it? So you can call on me the teacher. So when you're not allowed to raise your hands, what's the teacher's role now? So you can ask anyone to give you the answer. What are the implications for that? If you don't raise your hands, follow me. If you don't raise your hands, it means the teacher has to ask individual students, what are the implications in that context?
Everybody will have a fair opportunity of being selected.
You can accept.
everybody will have a fair opportunity of being selected.
You can assess who children are too.
What's that? What's that?
You can assess where children are at that point.
You can assess the children were at that point. But perhaps more so, more important, each student. You don't know when I'm going to ask you. So I have a responsibility to find out the answer. It forces those persons who would normally hide behind those who always raise hands to think. Because Miss can call on me. So everyone has equal opportunity to be called on.
But Dr. Rainford,
yes,
wouldn't that go back to the point, right, when you said, don't ask a student a question like to embarrass him or her, right? So if, all right, what is a story, students? Me miss. And then Gavin at the back, Gavin's hand is down, and everything. And I say, okay, Robin's hand is up, Kadian's hand is up, so they know. But let me see what Gavin knows.
They may well not know, and Gavin may well know. Yeah, the best strategy. They may well not know, but I take your point. But you have to know your students. You have to sort of, know them. You have to know where the level. They have to kind of know what they may be able to explain and what they may be able to respond to in terms of what you're asking. And I'm not saying that you mustn't ask students questions that they don't know the answer for. But sometimes we ask students questions to embarrass them, to show them up.
But that should not be the case.
No.
To get these ones who are normally quiet to step up.
We should be careful. Our motives should be pure. We should not seek to show our students.
Are you encouraging that we do away with having students raise a hand to indicate that they would want to respond?
So, sorry, I didn't get that.
Are you encouraging that we do away with the whole idea of having students raising their hands?
I'm suggesting that you need to think about it and how you use it very carefully. It's a culture. It's a culture. It's a very competitive culture.
Right.
But if you help students to recognize that anyone can be asked a question, so then it doesn't really matter. Then you see the competition is something that forces us to pit one person against the other person, and it doesn't facilitate learning. Because you see, all of our students are not competitors.
Right.
There are many persons who are not competitive, right in front of you. And when we facilitate this culture of competition, then what we do is we cause some of our students to get just more and more withdrawn from the process. They would rather not have to compete to say what I think. Yeah. Because, I have an idea, but I don't want to be competing with you. Why? You understand? And I'm sure you have found students in your class who are not the first ones to raise their hands, but yet those students are very good students. Because they're just not the type. You ask them in class a question, you will never hear their voice unless you ask them to direct their question. And everybody should be able to feel that this will happen. Okay, so let's stop for a little bit.
Also, once you get to know your students, then you know that those persons that what they do know and what they don't know, so then you'll call on them when it is something you know that they know.
Exactly.
Speaking.
Yes, that's correct. All right. You need to know your students and know what they're capable of. All right. I think I have said much of this already. But the first one I don't think I have said, and I want to say it because it's so important. Ask, for goodness sake, questions that are worth asking. Don't be trite. If you're going to spend the time, if you're going to spend the children's time to answer questions, then for goodness sake, ask good questions. Okay? And the rest of it I've already said in my discussion. Okay? And also, this last point is very important. Encourage the students to develop their own questions. when you begin, when you know, you can only ask questions about something that you know something about. Let me see if you got that. If you don't know anything about what it is that you're doing, you really don't even know where to begin to ask questions. I find it very, very difficult to ask questions about IT. I didn't have any formal training in IT. I don't read in the area. And so when I'm going to use the language, I'm sure I'm calling the words wrong. And I feel very foolish sometimes. So I may say, look, I don't know what I'm asking about, but here's what I want you to tell me. Okay? So if you don't know the language, you may not be able to ask the question. And students need to therefore get into the habit of using the language of the discipline to be able to ask questions. Because the more they ask questions, the more they probe their own understanding. And the more they probe their own understanding, is the more they're going to learn.
Can I ask a question now?
Yes, Alvinus. Go ahead.
From what we are discussing, it seems that building student confidence, building the confidence of your students is very important for critical thinking. Am I understanding correctly?
Extremely important. Extremely important. Because they need to be able to trust themselves, to think beyond what they have been given. But it is that they don't feel empowered to think beyond what they have been told, then they will never think critically. They have to develop the courage to be problematic about something and to hypothesize and to suggest. And that requires a level of confidence that comes from being empowered by the teacher. And that's a big part of it. So part of the reason why in our societies we don't see enough of that is because we still maintain an approach to teaching that is very teacher-centered. And we don't allow students to feel enough a part of the experience to take the learning on. That's my philosophy. One of them anyway. All right? That's important. And all right, I'm going to stop there. When we talk in the afternoon, I'm going to go back to the document that you have, and we're going to do some practice. We're going to be looking at how it is that we can reframe some good questions so as to be able, some questions as to be able to get more out of them. What are the strategies that we can use? So there's some here, and I'm going to give you some. There's some here. What strategies we can use to help students to think beyond what it is that we have given them. All right, to make them, to empower them and to make it better for them. All right, so we have, I can't give you 1 hour today. I'm giving you 45 minutes. My heart. We started late. 45 minutes.
45 minutes for lunch?
45.
Okay.
45. All right. So we come back here at 1:30 or something like that.
No.
Okay? All right, you two young ladies. All right.
So it's hungry, man.
then explain to you first of all, what is the background?
Facts, not let's start with what's in the
That's the number that point, huh? Oh.
What impact will be doing if you join the experience with knowledge is you would have 4 courses in the summer, 4 and 2 in summer. Right. And then you still 2 short. One, that you missed, you have to offer now is face. Alright? You are not going to be able to do that course in September unless I'm right. That's where I'm going. Because that course is normally offered in the face-to-face cohort in the summer. So right now, we're doing 2 courses. We're doing this one. They're doing this course and we're doing you. And they're doing face-to-face. And they're doing another course, one that you missed in January. It's also being taught known as the summer. I don't know what English is. What I'm saying. I'm saying that this summer, 5 of the courses that you need to do. The 4, this one, the language one, the other 2 next summer, and the other one that you need is one of the ones you want to do. The other language education course that you did in this last semester, I am not sure is offered in the first semester or second semester in the public care. There is a course that's offered in the first semester coming up here. And what will happen is that you can do it. If you don't get a chance to do the 5th course this summer, then you would not likely be able to do that again on the next summer.
Right, and then that's, so from September to December, we have I was wondering about that. Then would I be doing
Actually, it's a 2. So we decide on what it is. You have SP and the city. Because we're in the first semester of this summer semester for the face-to-face, so we do 4 courses. Alright, what do you do? That's all on the, yes, the courses are not different, it's sequence of courses. Alright? So what I'm saying is that for this course, establish 2 courses in the summer, called the 4 courses. You have semester 1, and you have Semester one.
Yes, so when was September?
Practicals, study, and courses. Alright? In this program, in the January one, we have the 1 4 plus 1 summer, you have 1 4 1 specialization, and then 2 specialization. Summer 1. And then December now, in September to December, you will have practical.
So this is way shorter.
This one, yes, yes, it's shorter. It is shorter because in the summer, instead of 2 courses, you have 4 courses. Okay? Now, this book is outside. That's the first time we're doing this. We're using this program. We're offering it like this. We're offering it like this because we want it to have a situation. Alright? So now, you are now here. But you're doing 1 4 and 1 specialization. That's what you're doing. Okay? You have this support and specialization. You have specialization to do. Which means after this, you have 1 plus 1 plus instruction. I am saying that this one is not normally offered it's not normally offered in September, and it's on now. It's on now because this is what they're doing. So, but that's a lot. It is an impossible option. Right? Already you have to grapple with these two. You can't take on a third. So the implications for you are you can opt to do the SBS. Or you can opt to do this.
Alright, so we will opt to do this.
Other 4 courses. You will
Alright, when did the other course start?
And it's in the evening. It's 47. Right? So this is where if you don't opt to do this, if you don't do this, you don't do that. You just do the 2 and 2. And this, chances are you will not able to do these courses. But this course and this track, the following.
This is clearly This is clearly
Basically,
right.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I think.
and even so, these 2 courses, they add to what you need to know for the practical.
Yes.
So it's going
That's what I'm trying to explain. Sure.
And then, so for this summer, these days, we're going to do 2 courses.
Alright. And here's another option. Option is, because it's vertical. Okay? Dr. Rainford here has this course and teaches this version. She's teaching the other version. This is this version. It's the same as this course. The same course. But in reality, this is 3 weeks versus 6 weeks. And the other, because she might start like 5 hours. But the other one is done is other 4 hours. So what you could say a language course here. You could actually say that you could finish it if you want to, and do it.
But then we're going to be 3.
But whatever you do, you need to let me know what you're doing, because that has implications for what I tell you. What I tell you is Whether I would speak to you. So you need to, this is a case-based program you have. 2 courses in the summer. Right now you're doing 1. And then on, you have to block the other one to do the second. And then in semester 1 you do 2, you have 2 specialization in this semester.
So you need
Specialization.
to
I put it in practical, yeah, following after practical. That's why I put it in some, because right now we are submitting their projects. Alright, so you don't necessarily, you don't really do it at the same time, it's one after the other. It's just that our semester really ends before you finish your practical. But you recognize that you're only coming with at the end of the semester. Alright, and we'll have to finish teaching from this is more important. Yeah, I think this is better. I think it's only in time. So this comes in the evenings. What is it? So which day? It varies from 25 years. Alright?
So even if we're registered here, can we like probably attend here?
As I'm saying, you can attend once you're registered.
Okay.
You are going to come up. If you're in this program, you're going to come up on her mark sheet.
Okay.
We are doing the same assignment. Okay? So what I will have to do is to put your grades on her mark sheet.
Oh.
There's another student that being put inside here who is doing the course with her. But they can't communicate.
I'd have to come and talk to you because of the marking next week, and so we'll miss classes.
So you might really have to join.
I would need your permission.
Yeah. So what I need to do, if that is the need, it is crucial for you to join Dr. Akibadi's class. I have to speak with her about this. But you'd have to come in now to stay for the rest of the time with her.
Okay.
You with me?
Okay.
Because that will allow you to finish without the confusion. Alright?
Yes.
So that's what we can do. We can repeat, and there's another student who's doing it.
Robin, I think we're marking the same subject, so I think both of us will.
We have the same problem.
Yes.
And there's another person also there. Alright? So right now what you need what I need to do is select Simpson where to make the site open for you to apply. Because you have to have the
I had applied in 2011.
You were
For the MA Pearl, yeah. But I was wondering, when I came here last week, what I wanted was to find out the reinstatement and start this year.
Yeah, you can start this year, so that you still have to reapply because I'll start from you because I believe that it's only for 1 year, but it's 2 years.
Also 2 years like grad study, and also to come over to
For the
school of
Pearl.
education.
Okay.
Permission for them to.
Okay, fine, but that's fine, that's fine. It's not only money for the Pearl, it's only what you are asking. Alright, so it means then that it is easy for you to be placed in the face-to-face room. You know, we have to reopen the portal for you to reapply. And I've already said it's in the same thing, that there are 2 persons, but I was fixing them first, and I heard what you had said. That was short. It's 2 different portals.
Right.
One is for this. So I'm going to let her know that you're going to both agree to a face-to-face program. He's going to put you there, right? And then I will sort out. I will see your restrictions apart from us putting you on this. All right? And
So in the meantime, what's the name of the
second course. What's I don't remember that course? I remember. Sociology. What's the course you did last year with Dr. Tortel? Last semester.
You know what?
They did it. Yeah.
Let me confirm it. I think it's in my email. Let me just.
So who's in charge of?
Is it like that now? Yes, you need to speak to that person. That's a good point.
It's an overview of the foundations of education. It's EDTH5001. EDTH5001.
So shall we go by the office?
Yeah. I know the offices. Alright.
Thank you so much. Can we get food?
You don't need somebody before I die? Then we're done.
Is it too much work? Not your informal.
Then, one person in EDTL, 136. Yeah, I'll check again. Hey, Tuesday, June 24, EDTL. Paper 2, 1 o'clock. Yeah. What's tomorrow? But now I'm free tomorrow. I'm just go to the out. Buy up. Wait to 10:45. How many you want more? Oh, remember to take up my mom book from there.
There is another. Oh.
man. I'm afraid of everything. Yes, man. No, let me defend him. This I first, anything I just say about Pegasus. And Michaela, the girl, the lady where I see her, the big lady where I see her start to run in front, she never sent out the invoice. I don't know what it happened. But I call her the day as I tell her. While me I try to get she before, look and she didn't answer. Look like I realize she realized I'm going and just send it down. Because when I talk to the one account, she says, the invoice just come in. Date it today, this morning, just come in. For real. Except me. But as me say, me have to defend them. Me. You see it? Exactly. So why they know? Well, as long as I could feel them defense, they never normally do it. So it always go by clockwork. Yeah man, me call you as soon as. Alright.
Well boy, well boy.
Hey, well good. Can you keep going?
Turns out the volume.
Right there.
Let me see if my children.
Hello? She's not saying anything.
No, I guess she's hers. You know, so hers is probably muted too. Yeah.
I can't hear you. Hello?
Josh? Where you going to dinner? You going to visit?
I'm not gambling.
Oh, so you got budget? You do? How come?
No, they campus.
Yeah, okay, cool. So he looks alright.
I saw a baby highlights.
Oh, the Uruguay?
You didn't tell her?
No, not the Uruguay. The England and Costa Rica game. Again, did scrappy.
You got yours, don't you?
England had a lot of chances, but didn't.
And what you have for lunch?
They do have a finisher. They don't have a decent distributor. Storage is a good finisher.
So
That's
one
what I gave
change
it.
them.
It's a good finisher. I hope it had that part.
Alright, so
Hope it had that part.
I declare with the line ready for when I get home, I'm not gonna be ready.
That's
I mean, change declares with the line.
Thank God. Jesus got to stop here now.
I think you say you're gonna change the shorts. Your turn.
Man,
But that's what
man,
I'm
for
saying.
2 games in nature.
But did he get caught? That's my question. If he didn't get caught, then
Anyway,
it's
The referee
you
didn't see
guys
it,
can guess how
but
much to eat
actually
before
no.
you leave.
The referee didn't see it. They have the match
Oh, I know
referee
what
has to look at it after the
chicken
game.
Yeah.
There's chicken,
Then you also gotta, you know.
4:30. When I cook, I'll call.
I don't know. I'm
Because
You can put them on.
what was it? They said that in the commentary, and then after that little commentary, the next commentary that was in it was 1-0 Uruguay. So I don't know if that had something to do.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question.
3:34, 1 hour.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a good question.
What's a good question?
Italy and Uruguay.
Yeah, they're gonna sleep now.
So yeah, we don't go to sleep.
They'll go sleep. Go sleep before
When
that.
I start dribbling, that's it.
No. Go on, man.
I'm serious.
Same time.
I'm not going to sleep. I will be snoring, but I'll be dribbling. That means I got a good nap. My eyes get ready too.
Smoothie cold. Y'all be very ready.
Does she call you sleep?
Yeah.
Sweet so sleep.
And she's smoking. Sleep. That's new? Yeah.
That's that
I
new
do
stuff.
love the new version.
And new stuff. Yeah, but I don't know what to tell you, Rick, bro. I just think England got an early bath. A lot of European teams are going in.
Hey, European can't play
In heat, yeah, they can. No, it's not even that, man.
They can't play in the American. I knew that.
I was just thinking what the man was
France
saying.
is
And he said
doing
chickens,
right. Look
nuts,
at old brothers
drink,
on the
and
TV.
Yeah.
and
That's
chickens,
no comparison.
everything.
You know what I'm saying?
They do not, I'm gonna ask for promiscuous, enough promiscuous,
Doing no promiscuous.
chickens. The man was talking about today at the speaker.
I used to know this little chicken and eagles thing.
Yes. You're a chicken or you're an eagle?
I'm an eagle. My team was spit it off the eagle. So I'm an eagle.
9 o'clock in another day?
Yes.
Yeah, well.
No.
Oh.
I can't get 8:30 because I have 8 o'clock.
They get to the center. Wrong by Liberty, yeah, that's what again, that kind
Clinic. It's not a clinic, Marcus. It's a clinic.
It's a clinic across some people's pharmacy.
It's the same one. His looking at it.
Yeah.
From, what he said?
Liberty, Liberty there.
No, yeah, right next to the.
It's on Victoria Street.
It's across from
It's
it.
not Victoria Street.
She's still baby. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I cannot hear you. I don't, did you?
Mm-mm.
It's unmuted.
We unmuted us, but we can't hear you. No.
It's a pause thing. We've never seen that.
It's on pause. The video is on pause.
Can you unpause it? Can you click on it and unpause it?
Hold on, not back yet.
This is the controversial reason.
That was funny.
We can always go back to it.
We can always.
Go back to it.
She probably said, so I want your PowerPoint, just bring it
So
forward.
what are we gonna do about this group presentation?
We're gonna have to meet, obviously.
Which one?
Okay, first we have to pick a topic.
So that we can say it.
Which class? This class.
We have a group presentation next Thursday.
What's this?
Oh, for micro teaching?
30-minute lesson from your subject area.
We're gonna pick a topic.
That's math.
This
And your
class is
subject will be
7:10.
development.
Both of them are same intent.
I need to know course, so. Sorry.
I agree. The only thing we should get, maybe, Crystal was saying we should do the 2-year period, but when meetings there. I also said that we should get the reading materials ahead of time, like we had 3 weeks in between, the 6 week and the 3 week, and we didn't have this reading material. But I think if we had this reading material, we wouldn't feel so overwhelmed.
Well, I think.
I honestly don't think it's a real material. That would make you feel overwhelmed.
Well, but if we have the outline and everything, we'll know what we're gonna do.
To
I
condense a course in 3 weeks?
But
That's
would
crazy.
are you honestly saying that you'd start on your portfolio?
I wouldn't have started, but I would know what I'm preparing myself for. This, I came in, and it's today, I'm looking at it, I'm gonna still read it. I still don't know what I'm doing, but her, I think I would have.
No, well, it could be you. I think I still would have been blown away.
Oh, I'm not saying we're not gonna be blown away, no. I'm not saying.
I just
that.
feel like
I think we could possibly get some more information, something a little bit.
do seminars.
I know, right?
Yeah, so what the
So they don't know?
No,
I got the other main group for.
they're waiting for Western Jamaica.
Are they asking us to sign on and sign off?
Right.
yeah, try to do that.
I'm just gonna be lit with this bill.
I see September.
No, I'll be back.
But your angle might be right. You know what I'm saying? I was told that if you're in the education system.
Education system. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Don't tell me it hasn't gone through. Let me call, Randall now to authorize it. You should have.
But the person that's probably doing that, because I know a guy that did it, and it was up for some
Yes, you did
schools
it online.
for
Because I was
government
going to
aid.
get a check, but I wanted to get it through straight away. So I did an online payment, because you got a one, can I just give, Randall a call and it was 4,000.
These guys are having.
Okay, and it should be, yes, as soon as we have a meeting with the homeowners, we are holding up the payment on Saturday, so it should be sometime after that, next week. Okay? I'm sorry about that, Andrew.
Problems. Hang up again and do it again. I think that was a problem.
Sure, Aaron, his name Andrew. I was like, why is Aaron calling me? So that's not, so the
Then I could set a date. Right? And then I will let you know. And I have to do this at all the sites. I do one at one and I do one at Western Jamaica and you go to Bermuda in the September, so I do that one there. St. Lucia, I'm not quite sure what to do. What's happening, Greg?
Well, that's WJC, I don't know if they can.
WJC, can you hear us? Jerry, can you hear us? Answer. Because I was hearing them from Bermuda just now, but they weren't hearing us.
You can have it. Take a picture.
That wasn't showing. I just saw them. Great. Orantas, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. No, we just can't see you now. We'll soon see you. Just saw you. Wonderful. St. Lucia, are you anywhere nearby?
yeah, but that's the place that I'm.
Western Jamaica? Can you hear?
We're here.
I think that's. I think that's hard, yeah.
I'm just not hearing St. Lucia. St. Lucia nearby?
They us. You don't need.
I give her privacy. After I get
Why is it that?
Okay. All right. The other two. Okay, St. Lucia, can you hear?
Yes, we can.
All right, we're now ready again, guys. We're ready. So we can just take it down a little bit. All right, we don't have much time, but we're going to just finish up the session, finish looking at the questioning activity. And I want to just point you to some very important aspects of this chapter that you need to become familiar with. Pretty much on page 249, the section that speaks to practices to avoid. You want to, internalize that. We have been talking about much of that. And you may want to look at that carefully to see what the various aspects identified there. To the extent you may incorporate that. For example, this is a blanket question, such as, does everybody understand? I do that all the while. Do you have any questions?
No.
They suggest that he says no. He suggests that these may waste time. So I want you to look at those sections for me and internalize them, get familiar with them, get to understand them. Somebody saying something? I'm not hearing what the person is saying.
I'm not hearing you properly.
We're getting a lot of feedback and we're not hearing properly.
You don't know you got water in your pot.
Water.
Mic is yours. That's not on.
Or let me go
makes a difference, but we're not recording.
I'm going to go closer to the mic.
You go from pause. Why is there the pause button?
It will be recorded next. We'll start recording again in the next 3 minutes.
Okay.
Press on pause. All right. What I'm saying is that look back at your chapter 8, and there are some sections I want you to get very familiar with. I want you to become comfortable. I want you to know. Let's not be euphemistic. I want you to look at the section on page 249 that speaks to practices to avoid. And I want you to make these suggestions a part of your practice. So you avoid yes-no questions. You avoid questions that encourage guessing. You avoid leading questions, etc., etc. So I'm not going to go through this. I'm just letting you know that I want you to know this.
Okay.
Okay? We have gone through the issue of wait time, and you may want to read that. And I have spoken to the levels of questions. I'm now pointing you to the bottom of that section on page 252 that describes Bloom's taxonomy. And you will see the levels of questions. You will see knowledge. You will see comprehension. And for each level, there is a definition. And for each level, there are a series of starters. So you have words that could be used to start questions. So if you ask a question like recall, define, list, how many, who, when, where, what, those questions generally require recall. Knowledge level. Comprehension, lift it up a notch. Describe, give an example, rephrase, summarize, explain, what's the main idea, interpret, paraphrase. All of those tend to require comprehension, a little higher level, and so forth and so on. On to page 253. I want you to get familiar with those terms. I want you to be able to write questions using these terms. And for Thursday's class, I want one question from each level, from each student. Did you get that? I want one question.
Taxonomy.
Sorry, Orantos?
From Bloom's taxonomy, you want one question from each level?
Yes. From each level.
Okay.
And I want these words, you can use these words as a guide. You turn to page 254. you will see that I have also addressed the content there in my discussion earlier. I want you to read it over and to understand that. And then there are 3 cases on page 255, 256. And I want you, I'm going to give you each a case. So Bermuda and St. Lucia, you have the first case, case 8.1, making haystacks. I'll soon tell you what I want you to do with the case in a little while. Jamaica Mona, you have the second case, 8.2, there should be a law. And Jamaica, Western Jamaica, you have the third case, to be or not to be. What I want you to do is to, for each question that is asked in these cases, you firstly must analyze the questions. You are to classify them according to Bloom's taxonomy. That's the first thing. I want you to classify them. Each question in each case. The case that you have. So you're going to analyze the questions themselves. What level? I want you to identify any particular questioning strategy that may be evident in the cases. Each case. So you're analyzing the questions and you are identifying any strategy, any technique that the teacher may be using based on what we have just discussed today and what you would have read. Okay? And thirdly, 3 things I want you to do with each case. You're going to classify the questions, you're going to identify questioning techniques, and thirdly, I want you to ask another question. Now I know that this may be difficult because some of it may not be familiar to you, but try anyway. I want you to read the case and I want you to ask another question, following on from what the teacher has just said. Are you with me? So you're doing 3 things. You're analyzing the questions, you're classifying them in terms of Bloom's taxonomy, and you're going to continue. All right? You're going to continue with the questioning in the case. That's for this one. And the second thing you're going to do is you're going to each write a question, 1 question from each level of Bloom's taxonomy.
That's for Thursday as well?
That's for Thursday. A lot of things, but remember I told you, you know, you have to work outside of this place. That's a lot for Thursday. All right, because we have some presentations on Thursday, right? Right, St. Lucia? Yeah, we do. All right. Now let's see if we can complete this activity today. We're going to complete this by looking at this slide. Now, can you see the slide? Can you see the screen? Can you read what's on the screen?
No, we got to zoom in.
We've got to zoom in. We've got to zoom in.
Oh, nice. Move to your right. Go. Yeah, zoom in now. Zoom in now.
Zoom in now. Zoom in. Can you see now?
Yeah.
I almost said something very stupid. I almost said I can see.
If you flip to the side, you need to go to the left.
So,
And it's not recording it.
is that better?
How would you feel?
Yes. That's better. All right. Follow me now. Now we're looking at questioning, and I'm spending some time on this because it's so important for your teaching. And we're looking at some strategies for reframing questions. So we're going to take them one by one, and the strategy is there. So I'm not even going to ask you to think about it. I just want you to think about it. How would you describe a good scientific prediction is the question. That's not a good question. The ones in the original, they're suggesting they're not great. They're not bad, but they're not great. But by reframing, what do we need to consider before making a good scientific prediction? What that does is it asks for the elements to be involved in answering the question. So one way of helping your students to begin to think critically in how you ask questions is incorporate some of the elements that you expect them to use to answer the question so they can begin to think in that way. Okay? So the first one says, how would you describe a good scientific prediction? The second one says, what do you need to consider before making a good scientific prediction? Okay? So you improve on it by asking for the elements to be involved in answering the question. So what do I need to consider if I'm going to make a good prediction? That's what you're zeroing in on. So it's more targeted, it's more specific. Okay? And so these are some of the strategies. The second one says, which word is used to describe how coastal features are formed? Instead of asking them for which word, you target something specific. Why is the word erosion used for describing how coastal features are formed? The first word, the first one, asks an open question. What you do in this second statement is to provide the vocabulary and asking why it is appropriate. Because you don't want them to be just telling you that it is erosion or it is this or it is that. You want them to understand why. Why is erosion appropriate in this context? So these strategies are helping you to think about how asking questions can be done in such a way as to develop students' thinking abilities. You think about how you ask a question. So it says, which of these two is easier for farming? Lowland areas or upland areas? So instead you ask, why is it easier to farm in lowland areas than in upland areas?
What if a person, because whenever I listen to the third one, what is you ask the original question first and then get an answer and you didn't ask the refrain question.
Yes.
Because
And that's fine. But our problem is, Jomo, is that we stop right here. Yeah.
No, stop
Yeah,
this,
you see?
after them answer, then
You go on to the second one. Okay? And the truth is, your point is important too, because the truth is that some students will really only know that first part. And sometimes if you go straight to the middle, then what happens is that you lose those students who can't get to the middle as yet. So you're right. You must have a level to which you gradually ease them in. But the important thing is not to stop at the first one. And to always be reframing your questions to make sure you have critical thinking. These are some suggestions that they have made. How does graphic notation work? Again, provide vocabulary. Can you use the words duration, pitch, and dynamics to explain how graphic notation works? Because sometimes if you don't do that, they're all over the place. You must have experienced this. Okay? They're all over the place, and so you really don't know if they know to use the vocabulary. Okay? Which forms of exercise increase the efficiency of the heart? Do you agree with this statement? All forms of exercise improve the efficiency of the heart. Give a reason for your answer. All right, now. Here's my question to you to guide you a little bit somewhere now. Let's look at the first one on that section. Can you use the words duration, pitch, and dynamics to explain how graphic notation works? What level of blooms is this targeting?
Comprehension.
Blooms.
Comprehension.
Comprehension, yes, comprehension. Comprehension is correct. Okay? What about the second one?
It's a combination.
It's always a combination if it's higher level. if it's higher order, it's always a combination. The others are substituted. Yeah. It's actually evaluation. It's asking for them to evaluate the statement. Do you agree with the statement? To what extent do you agree with the statement? And give a reason for your answer. Okay? So you have to evaluate that. Okay? You have to evaluate the extent to which all forms of exercise improve the efficiency of the heart. That's really what it is. Alright? So you can think about not just how you frame your questions as you ask, but what level are you asking. If in your teaching, you listen to yourselves. One of the things that you can begin to do as you develop this reflective practice is to begin to audio tape your lessons. It can be quite frightening when you start to do it, okay? When you listen to yourself teach. And you begin to listen to the kinds of questions that you ask. And as you listen, you may realize that maybe you're asking too difficult. Maybe they're too difficult. Because perhaps a part of the, I'm not saying that sometimes we ask things we're too easy. Sometimes we're just too difficult. And the kids don't understand what we're saying. So they can't answer. Okay? So it's important for us to think about it. There's one more slide on this. And the first one I like, it's interesting, is why do you think there are so many persons interested in reducing pollution in large cities such as London? Okay? Topping suggests that you ask a question to be answered from an opposing standpoint. It really makes it more interesting, and I think perhaps in literature you may find it more useful to do this kind of thing. What arguments would car drivers in London have against the wishes of the anti-pollution campaign and who are trying to reduce number of cars in the city? So you pose it in such a way that there is a sort of a debate, okay? And you have them respond from a standpoint, taking the opposite standpoint, because sometimes it's very easy to argue for. But when you have to put yourself where you have to present another argument, the other side, the contrary to what you would really normally do, you begin to have to think deeply about it. If you think about something that you stand for, and if you're going to say, okay, if you're pro, let's say you're pro-abortion, then you can find a million reasons why you would say, I am pro-abortion. But suppose you're anti-abortion, then you have to think about, no. So when you put the argument, when you present the question, and this is really not for upper level secondary for the most part, okay, where you present a scenario that requires them to think outside of their comfort zone, then you begin to let them think critically about it. And then you begin to help them to think about another person's perspective. You force them to begin to become more tolerant of other persons. So I guess in Jamaica it would be like the gays, for example. That would be a big thing. Okay? And you might really want them to think, you know, what would you want to how would you want to create a context where you support this kind of lifestyle? Or
human rights.
Human rights.
One group talking about should minority groups such as homosexual community be afforded the same rights as any other Jamaican.
Exactly.
And it was very interesting.
Yes, and they have to argue for it. And you believe me, you begin to think critically because you have to ask yourself some deep questions. So when you do that, you help them to think outside of the box. And finally, why do plants need to grow? Why is this plant healthy and this one sick? Again, the same business of finding opposites for them to respond. And then they begin to think deeply about it. So the business of critical thinking and asking questions, it's really in and of itself very deliberate. But there are clear strategies that you can use to improve your own questioning techniques. Very, very clear. And I'm encouraging you to learn to read the sections and to use them in your teaching. To incorporate them in your teaching in ways that you perhaps have never thought about before. All right. We talk a bit about a supportive climate. And the truth is that sometimes we need some strategies. And here are some that I have here. So one of the ways to get a supportive climate is to ask students for additional comments. Ask them to give you something. Don't just pump the show, but ask for their support. Okay? And in doing so, what you're doing is you're helping them to feel comfortable in the environment, helping them to feel that what I say matters, and therefore I can speak, and it's okay. Miss will listen to me. We have a way of asking for comments and saying, okay then, let's go. Here's what you need to know. You understand what I'm saying? We ask politely because the book says we must ask, but we never do anything with it. We never use it. We just ask. All right? It's okay to ask, but it's not okay to ask and just dismiss it. So we have to recognize that students need to feel valued. They need to feel a part of the context. Yes?
As it relates to asking, right? School that I teach, I don't necessarily have, rights to reject students. So sometimes you get some answers that you, the teacher, would probably want to maybe laugh.
Good try.
Or it's just ridiculous. As you want to know where to get this answer from. So sometimes that's the one you kind of want to move away from asking. Or even if you're going to ask, you don't ask certain persons.
But you can't help sometimes what they will come up with.
Or a student might even embarrass a student by saying, right. And so what do you do when you get rubbish?
What do you do? What do you do? You have said that you avoid asking certain types of questions and that you avoid asking some people. What else do you do?
I can say not exactly, but and you continue.
It's another way.
Right.
Like, yeah, sometimes
Look at it this way.
Explain and make him actually, and afterwards,
it can't work.
I need to say what
What Joma is saying is that, did you hear Casey's question? Did you hear? Casey said that what she asked the question, what is it that you do when you have some situations where I shouldn't use the word fear, but you're reluctant to ask questions of some students because you know that, but you don't really know. You anticipate, you expect that the responses that you will get, they are a little bit off the record, off course, off track, not likely to be of any great value to the discussion. And they may even conjure up within you some desire to laugh. So to avoid that sort of thing, you avoid asking questions of some students. we were debating that as to say, what do you do in a case like that? And Jomo says that sometimes you allow them to carry on with their thoughts. So they say, for example, that how would you classify giraffe? Is it a fish? Is it a bird? Is it a mammal? What is it? And they say it's a bird. You say, okay then. Instead of laughing, what Jomo is saying is that, okay, if it's a bird, let me explain to you why you think it's a bird. So instead of saying that doesn't make any sense, or moving on, or says no, it's not a bird, and you go on, you ask them to continue with their explanation. They say no, and this is a bird because, or why is this a bird, and so on and so on, and then you will get them to come to the logical conclusion, hopefully, that what they have said is incorrect.
Because you really don't want to stifle the expression.
Yeah, not just that. There's much research to suggest that when students come to you with these alternate ideas, they will listen to what you say, but unless they are convinced that what they say is incorrect, they hold them very, very dearly.
I think that's true, because even teaching certain topics like story writing, for example, I remember saying to our students a couple years ago, brainstorm. Once you get the prompt, brainstorm. Think about where you want to take the story. And he was like, no, miss, once I get the prompt, I just write. And he was adamant that this is what I'm going to succeed to do, and I could not get him to brainstorm or to think or plan the narrative.
Or it could be that because he's a boy, he sees it differently.
Oh.
Because, yes, boys see the word differently. Oh, I was just saying.
Well, he was giving an alternate response. He was saying that perhaps it's just because of the gender issue. Boys may see things differently. He may not see the necessity to.
He might see it as a kind of feminized way of approaching story writing, and he doesn't wish to approach it that way.
Well, that's really interesting.
No, seriously, I had a student who said it to me. I was doing in communication studies, and one thing I allow the boys to express themselves. Of course, within the parameters of. And he did a presentation, and his point was that the teaching, the methods being used in the classroom are really good. It was and I had to take it very seriously. And he was pointing out how they can use the phone and the this and that to actually help boys, and it made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And from that, I kind of step back
and look at what it is that you're doing.
Myself, because sometimes it's a gender thing.
Yes. I've heard that argument, and you're right. That boys do learn differently, and so in all of this, we have to really think about how we try to engage them in the activity, because it may not really go down very well with them in terms of the gender issue. But certainly the important thing is to get them to explain why what they have said is incorrect. If you shut them down, if you don't respond, if you ignore it, it's not going to go away. They're going to hold on to it. And when you see it? On the exam paper. Alright? So it doesn't go away, but you have got to help them to see why it is incorrect. Sometimes you have to give them a chance to self-correct. So you don't say anything, or you may just say, but what if? You don't respond. And then they say, oh, no, miss, it's okay. I get it. Okay? So you have to give them a chance to self-correct so that you can do it. Now that is creating a supportive climate, a climate in which the students have an opportunity to think, to share what they have to say, to correct themselves without feeling intimidated, without feeling that they're going to say something that's going to be off the record, off the wall, and it's going to be a big thing forever and ever. Amen. I can't stress enough how important it is for us to create that supportive climate for students to feel comfortable, because it is only when you give them a chance to begin to think and to express themselves that they are going to feel empowered, to do this. So this is very important. So I asked earlier about the implications. This is an important implication for us as teachers to create the context, to create the climate for the thinking to take place, or else we're going to be in trouble. We're not going to have thinkers. And we have said this. We need to hear from students. So this is just summarizing what we have said. Invite them to elaborate, speculate about the subject under discussion, make suggestions, offer extra information, clarify ideas, and other non-verbal interventions. What might that be? Non-verbal interventions. You're trying to create an opportunity for students to hear from other students. Non-verbal. We're creating opportunities to hear from students. And I've made these suggestions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are verbal. And I'm saying you may also have some non-verbal interventions, like what?
Like prompt them to, like, the student seems, yes, well, unsure as to whether or not to contribute a particular idea. I think you kind of prompt the student.
Yes.
Well, without. And
Yes. Sometimes just a smile, just an eye contact, sometimes just a pat on the shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes just to let them feel relaxed. To let them feel relaxed, to let them feel as if I can do this. Okay? So sometimes the cues are verbal, where you say, yes, that's a very good idea. Let me hear you say some more about that. Or, but what if so and so and so? What would you think might be the situation then? Okay? Or you say, it's a good idea, but I want for you to also think about what might happen if. Okay? And so you use these cues to help the student, but you might also offer support by the eye contact, by the way you interact, by even movement, by coming near to the students, by standing near to them so they feel as if you don't have a problem being around them. Okay? So by just moving. Okay, that's my cue. Okay, so today, not quite finished yet. Today, we have done a little less than I had planned and I hoped for, but I'm going to have to try and figure out now how to make up for that time. You have, or you're supposed to have, made some input on Orveli for the forum.
But Dr. Rainford, this point was made by Mr. Burke.
I'm listening.
That's why, to an extent, we need to do away with streaming. Yes. Because you won't have situations where students will benefit from those who are more brilliant, per se. So it'll be almost like an apartheid kind of system, like restricted, so they won't be able to benefit from others. What do you say about that?
I believe that there is, it's very, very, very difficult to teach a class if the ability levels really very far apart. I don't believe in streaming students, but I believe in grouping them such that they can actually learn within the context. That's my thing. Let me just do this.
have students who are like this.
You don't have to stream them. The thing with streaming is that the thing with streaming is that it really does.
Want to change your password?
Alpinas, you are the only person who has posted something, you know.
Because you can't.
He's just so excited about all his ideas he's by doing this.
Dr. Rainford?
Yes. I'm listening.
That's what I was telling you about this morning. It's just saying that I am not enrolled, so I cannot access it.
All right, let me see who is supposed to be here. That means you're registered. I have Albinos, Jomo, Kezia, Crescentiana. Let me get this right. Gavin, Tadian, Carlene. But you're registered.
But we can't.
On the OUR.
Yes, we're registered, but I don't know. When we reach there, well, at least when I reach there, it just says I am not enrolled. I can't go any further.
Just select
I don't see my name yet.
enrollment key.
You don't have an enrollment key if you're registered.
We're not registered, but we can enroll with the enrollment key.
I don't see
I
my
can get an
name yet.
enrollment key.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what Chantal did. She put all of you on the system.
Right.
So I'm to give you an enrollment key.
We have it.
Oh, she gave you one?
We're
Well,
not
it's in
sure.
an email.
I don't know.
That's what we got
on yesterday.
Okay, I understand that there's an enrollment key. Alvina, do you have access?
So the enrollment key for this course is capital M,
Capital M,
capital E,
capital E,
common D,
common D,
underscore,
M,
capital E, common D,
common D,
underscore, capital EDTL 5000.
All right. Guys, listen to this.
I don't see my name yet.
You don't see your name yet. All right, let me show
No.
you. Let's see.
I don't see Regina's name.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Yep. Yes, miss, it works.
But on
You got it?
we can't get on the site.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, she brought you into the course.
Okay.
She put you there physically. She asked them to do it from that place. Do you see your name yet?
Do I see Robin Clark at those people?
Yes.
I haven't seen my name. I don't see my name.
All right. It means then that some of you have not. Who isn't here?
And Regina's name is not
I
on
don't
it
see Robin
either.
Clark.
Regina and
My name
they're not
either.
here.
I don't see Adrian's name. Do you see Adrian's name?
All right. Let me just get a list of your names. Regina isn't there. Deirdre isn't there.
Robin Clark.
Robin Clark isn't there. Robin isn't there. Who else isn't there?
Adrian McLennan.
Adrian McLennan.
Not even near people.
There's some persons who shouldn't be here, but they're here. I don't know who they are. All right, I tell you what we're going to do now. I'm going to sort this out because I need to go online. I can't function without this in this short period of time. All right, so what you're going to do now, this is, what did you say?
It's common.
Common D.
Underscore. Capital
EDTL
5000.
5000. Alright, this is supposed to be your, was that capital E, right?
Right. Capital E. It's gonna be similar, but you're gonna have E. The
course code is different.
LA 51.
That there is your enrollment key.
5109.
So for those persons who have not got on, when you go onto the system and ask for an enrollment key, please use that.
Yeah, but you tell me that I haven't copied it.
And tell me if you can get on. I'm going to see if I can understand what is happening with registration. I don't understand. But outside of that, I just want to get an idea of what you were thinking about the question I had posed. And you clearly haven't thought. Because you don't ask anywhere here. Okay? Alright. I think you can call it a day. On Thursday.
Should I such as do again?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that. I hope I can remember. On Thursday, we're going to start with presentations from St. Lucia and Mona English. I need the PowerPoints before the class, so you can send them to me, even on the morning, and I will have them. Send to my email, and I'll have it ready for you. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you are going to respond to the 3 cases, and I have asked you what you're supposed to do. You're going to analyze the questions, you're going to classify them, and you're going to write another one. All right? And that's everybody. Okay? And on Thursday as well now, we're going to look at planning. Lesson planning. So what I want you to do now, final thing, is to come with some curriculum that you use. If it's a CSEC or CAPE or Cambridge, you need to have a curriculum so we can look at planning. All right?
The critique. When is that due?
That's the one. Did I not say Thursday? I will still tell you right here. Not the point. Yeah, see here. It's actually due on the 24th.
It's due on the 20th, which is today?
No. It's July 11th. Yeah, micro teaching is not today. The micro teaching is the evaluation of the lesson presented. No, that's not true. The critique is of the
presentation.
Actually, it's due on the 24th.
Yeah.
So you could write that. It's a group thing. So you can write it up and let me have it by next week Monday. By next week Tuesday. Okay? Now, it's easier if you send it electronically. But you have to be done electronically. So you send it to me by email.
Can somebody else get found here? I'm lost.
You get that?
Can somebody else get found? I'm lost.
I'm sorry, Agnes. I'm not hearing you.
I said, can somebody help me get found? I'm lost.
All right, you're lost. All right, let me take you to where we are. Can you see the screen?
No.
Have you looked at your assignment?
I can see it, but I can't read it, so I'll
You
open
can't
the
read
document.
it. All right, let me tell you what it is. The first assignment is a class presentation. It's a group presentation. So we had 3 groups this morning, and we will have 2 on Thursday. And that's 5%. The other 5% is a critique of one other presentation. Anyone, you choose it. That's also a group presentation, a group critique. That's 5%.
Okay.
And that is, I'm asking you to do this for next Tuesday.
Okay.
Which you should email it to me.
Oh, so the critic is for next Tuesday.
Right, and email it to me. Send it to me by email.
The deadline, yeah.
How long should it be?
2 pages. You got that? It says 2 pages.
Yes.
Now you do realize that if you're going to do a critique of something, you need to know what you need to know about this something, right? Everybody got that?
Yes.
Good. So that's the first piece. And I said I'm going to put up a schedule for your micro teaching. So when you go on, well, I perhaps have to email it to you because you won't go on to see it. I want you to look at the schedule so you know when you're going to teach. And I said that on Thursday, we're going to have the other 2 presentations that we didn't have today. You're going to respond to the cases, and we're going to do planning. And I'm asking you to take along with you a syllabus that you are comfortable planning from. So if it's Cambridge, if it is CSEC, if it is CAPE, it is whatever you use, that's fine. Walk with it. Because you're going to need to take the objectives from that syllabus. I am going to suggest that what you should do is begin to think about the micro teaching lesson that you're going to present. So that you're going to begin the planning related to that. We'll start that on Thursday. Any other questions? Any other questions? Alvinus, you have a question?
No, I'm fine.
All right, fine. Okay then, I'm going to bid you adieu. Au revoir. A bientôt. All of those things. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, birthday. I took my boy's
I'm gonna be.
So what?
Yeah. So in other words, like a section of.
I'm not seeing the guys from
Is there either a specific question for the critique? Gavin was asking.
No, there's something written that I can't remember. Let's see.
And for the micro teaching, as it's for the micro teaching. You can give us some questions.
Yeah, that's what you know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Everything is written, so I don't have to remember this in my head.
Yeah, it's there, it's there. We were just, Gavin was trying to.
He was trying to complete the other line. So look for Thursday now. Look at what you're going to be required to do, because we're gonna plan around this. Okay? We're gonna plan around this. We're gonna plan around that. All right.
What's the AP? So as a learner, you want to learn the concept,
We're going to do that. We're going to get this first.
Strings.
No, we do strings. The strings that
Are you not going home?
It's a misinformation.
No, you're working too hard.
The word confident in it.
Use concept.
Is that
So we can't say
Hey there.
Hi.
Hey there.
You're not being can fight over now.
Tired.
How are you guys?
Regina is not seeing you, Gavin.
I'm right here.
He's right here, but the camera is like looking up in the sky.
Yeah, what?
You're turning it around. You're still lost, Gavin. Still
It's not the first time I've had to do this. I've had to do it, and I'm thinking that.
Why is your baby on my Why is Jaden's face on my face?
Dr. Rainford, should I go ahead and do the application online?
Oh, so you can go ahead and do it.
There.
Gavin, Regina is talking to you.
Yeah, listen, Regina. Regina? Yeah. We're planning a presentation for Thursday.
One,
Hear it?
No, that's all. That's a different presentation. Gavin, you have a presentation tomorrow.
Yeah. Thursday.
You don't have anything for English tomorrow?
Yeah. Individual thing, but I don't even know that very well. Tonight.
I don't. I can't remember. What am I supposed to do? What did I tell you? Sorry, I keep up. Email. She didn't email me.
Cheeky, that's cheeky.
No,
One has an idea, but it's not saying. But yeah, so give me that.
Structure and expanding. Mod implied it's a combination of subject matter, understanding of skill something and
So we have
Other
outline.
Recommendation.
which recommendation?
She said we can join the year.
We just want to talk them.
Make a mark first and then bring the glasses.
You know my class? Yeah.
What's the name of the
Sometimes it double out people come to mind.
You know, the cashier marks.
Since she last week.
Let's go with Jesus' name.
Recommend not recommend move on to the other one. We're not on
Discussion. The discussion thing that we discussed. What about the other thing that's in the mistakes and answer? Present teacher today's grade?
Yeah, the presentation, that's a guided discussion.
The guided discussion does not.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, okay, alright, so good. Guided discussion.
Some purpose.
What did I see here?
Yeah. What's this?
It's kind of full and part. You have created a time period. You realize?
See the study questions for discussion.
We're not going to just switch it to Russian.
Alright, so we can look at this, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a sorry. Yeah, for the guided discussion.
So season.
Oh, it's a
Give us another and give them examples of the situation. Yeah. Well, so with substance.
So it's not use the terms, right? So it's not use the terms.
Highlight people's names.
Right. And then
Friends.
give an example.
Yes. Yes. Give them like one way, give them one way that is not so good, and then you give them the reference.
I was thinking security and tradition. Go back to the same example, like using champs and using price cards. Different aspects of discourse. They will pull and what and which culture.
Them simply pull out a topic, have them
This is part of the
you can use like a table.
This is part of the
I would see that from your say now. You can
So you can use a
mirror
table
it
some.
and enunciate the one that you translate what you need to read, the translation, the conversation, one of the application and evaluation. I can actually do it. As in, you assign different parts of the
and four minutes.
Yeah, four
Alright, we need to
Can we use
organize
that
this
table?
discussion.
Give us, yeah. So give us.
Right.
But we need the information, we need to know everything. Where are we? Alright, so preparing lectures.
No, we're not talking about that.
Use it. Let me see what one was. One was the lecture, right? Traditional teachers implementation. Okay. So it's like a behavioristic.
Just change your program name.
Discussion types, recitation,
and check
guided discussion types. What we could actually zoom in on is that the brain concept map kind of thing, brain is a concept map.
A proper concept.
You know the survey? So the general, what is this now? What is use on so there are many ways, right? So there are traditional approaches. So discussion also uses types. It's a type of guided discussion is a type.
Some definitely the same way.
Yeah.
Exactly, so then
Same.
Yeah.
Think about what's
And all the discussion, teaching, facilitating guiding discussion with students. No, because it's not. Too much.
Alright, so in order to continue, you can start working on this.
No. Yeah.
Start working on it when you
So we can
right.
and send it to you, say. So we'll do the code.
And
Or we email it and
On the email, right? Didn't know who them. But the first meal I used to all these women conveniently forget. I keep telling my mom.
Okay, so an example of your discussion. 4-6. We can give 4 examples.
What she's doing, she's a what you couldn't do it transfer the
period.
Yes,
And then we look at this some transfer.
And just transfer the period and give it away.
Because when I'm marking the calendar.
You don't know the chemistry going in. That's a pure. Pure, it's like that.
So that I really come from the table.
Try to get the
So we can use 4 examples.
come on, no, we have like a kind of micro teaching. We actually teaching things, actual teaching, demonstrate. So I'm saying, I put you on the PowerPoint, do the actually teaching part of it.
Oh, so right. Using the
discussion. Yeah. So it's
and
really on a specific area.
you can use the person
In the classroom as right.
So we get the topic and just
definitions.
You know, you have to make definitions.
General features.
Features.
Well, advanced disadvantages. General features.
Sams, I think you should do the guidance
presentation of the discussion.
and again, I do the
So the guidance discussion will actually feature all those elements that you identify.
so you put the guidance in theory and you show them.
Right.
Exactly.
Things so.
You can bring in the engaged pedagogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring in the notion.
And motivating critical thinking.
Right, exactly. Sounds good.
And we have to do this between tonight and tomorrow, right?
Exactly. Tonight, not tonight.
And start with the
I'm
PowerPoint.
gonna go read.
Tomorrow, right? Today?
What's the question?
Skeleton thing.
Sams, you can just use the book.
Or same thing like Kelly said. Yeah, but the other ones, all the other theories.
They're in the email, but they haven't been. I told you have one green ticks.
It's on home to you, that's I'm not general home registration. No, because I'm thinking, I don't know. Because if other people see it, say, oh, you're understanding things. But then there are, if people go check the site, no one see.
Nobody knows.
Today's Denby's graduation.
Today's Denby's graduation?
Yeah, you saw the uncle on the schools.
No? Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Bye. Bye, Kevin. Bye, everybody.
Actually, you can put in extracurricular activities like 80. That's something that's not to change. Hey, Joey.
I was in Red Cross at one point.
I tell you, Casey is like way down. As a one girl said on Facebook, it was a nice she said, so why is Casey doing some of them? So where Casey is? One girl said, they're on champs.
Good one.
I thought it was like because they're really losing focus.
And Calabar.
Yeah, and losing focus is about champs and about quiz.
Everything else is and quiz is actually seen as a marker of intelligence at school.
And which is very, very untrue. Because I didn't do a study question there.
But you know that Nelly is not in the top 30 right?
Sam, there is no competition. I think some people need to be
Yeah.
He has your email, Robin.
And your friends on Facebook. No, send a friend request. Okay. So we can dialogue or you can on WhatsApp. Gavin doesn't have those numbers.
I realize.
This phone doesn't work too well either. What do you call it? I never knew that she was the assistant. Deputy. She, because when you go on the order, no one get the grade, but she's very organized and she pays it in the way of overwhelmed.
She's class to yeah.
She pays it, so you have 3, 4, 6, 7.
She doesn't
She's serious. Very, very.
She's the one.
Well done.
We should be going to.
For foundation. Trust me. You'll enjoy that course. We did.
Okay.
We really did.
Not yet. She's a good teacher.
I keep hearing that, but I keep hearing you don't have grades. Come on.
We have not been assessed.
But I keep hearing that. That's a problem. For employer kids, what do you do? Employer, Ministry of Women. I'm not sure whether they have one.
I was here. I'm here.
And you see, look at JC 34, 59. You think they want someone to make it big.
Wait, what's faculty?
Humanity.
I always was, they tell you much better than it's not where they and the ones that the boy them they've settled down too late. As they say, also we rush this working on that kind
What's the contract?
the KC day. We don't get so
There's no.
because here 28. JC, but for even look at this, JC is 59. 5. You should never have 5 in another block. And it's Gavin, if you need me, I'm in the library.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to hire you for the
Where are you?
Yeah, man. You know what I'm going to say? Hold on.
Can you make us to wear a guarantee that no student will pass money in English together? And that one will get percentage.
Oh yeah, but when they came up,
0.8%. Change town, 0.8%.
guys, we need to get.
Oh, I'm going to another class, eh?
No, you're coming with?
Which class is it again? Torture?
Say
what?
And 5 point?
Can you work in?
6.7%?
That's the one program. And that's one, like the first one.
Essential is 10. I must go to Essential and
Then these what percent?
Because I'm sure that this one was
so, then is 57.
They're way
CC
better than
way
a lot
over
of
10
places.
over.
CC is what?
69.2. But in the neighborhood where I'm buying 6 at 29, and then this is 36, not far from.
Right? That's a cause for fun. You know, it's a bishop stuff.
But the bishops still there. Bishops are 26, but they are 81 point something, so still like my average. Just a
Just a name.
Just a 77.5.
Kid, you should be finished. College or something.
So,
Change it.
Institution
Change an error here, Carter.
Katie, are you going through the stuff
We
that
can't
you
have
have
a
I'm not going through.
Oh, but because I say can't improve. Incredibly, nobody can improve on it because you don't have more research on this. So we may compare them, even though that have more difference.
Okay, having chest. Within the corner.
Katie, witness that we're applying today.
And that's the shame. Because and start the same start later. Start the second.
We're focused on that.
For the referees, to use like lecturers and stuff.
It's the same now, some of them.
Does it have to be somebody right?
Somebody from work. Somebody from work.
They don't say that.
just balance it out. There's Dr. Smiley.
Who?
Yeah. We just want to know what type of persons do they have to be? They have to be like, is there somebody?
Dean of Academics, University.
I want confidence.
I'm just trying to make this situation.
Hey. Oh, you know why? You would care because you would want to. Can I use Renee as an agent? Yeah. Sure. But it doesn't see. Hey, Mona is not on the thing, so I'll give it there. Can I use a colleague? I can use a colleague. They don't see it.
Do it because they're a bit.
So you applied, who you use?
Brandon, you finish application.
Katie, who was the reference?
I didn't send you the reference.
Yeah, that when I was doing mine, I was sitting on and could have approached my lawyer. But they don't, do they ask? Then you have to give them something else. They have a referee report, they have something. So maybe you see that already. I'm going to send to her for some. But I want you to look at the capacity you want to with a lecturer or a gym. Oh. And you can write that book. Oh, just for tell me. It's the form online. So you can get it online and just complete it. Because I've faxed everything.
I think by the thing, so that the form I send you when I say for the supplemental education when I do.
It couldn't put the
No, when I do it. But I never finish. Whatever, when you just start, you don't know how you get accepted.
You better make sure you get assisted. No, email Kelly. His email. Who? Sam's Renee's email?
Renee underscore me at
Wait. Sing an S. It is really what? Good. M dot. Contact. You love the information there. Good for you. Alright, it's 469 3373 3373. You get 2 for you, then 4 for you.
History. You want to
Did you get 2 in unit 1 and 4?
Mom said 2. You hardly find somebody getting a 1 in the street.
In our class, there was only 1 person got a 1. Like 1 person did get 1 and like about 50 now we get 2.
A single class,
Yeah. What? You're not coming back? Here the address. What's it? Oh, Glenmore High School is? No, but referee's address. Use UA? Use UA address? Wow. Race course. So just between these race course banks. Yeah. Race course. Bank. Race course banks. Bank right. I've done my high school musical and I'm not ministry. That's just the hammer.
Somebody from you has a PhD in 25 years old.
I read it some. I read it.
No, 25 years old.
No.
You
Sam's will not be with
21, 22.
Could have.
22, some of this.
If you did a 1 year master's, you could be doing it.
But you could 1 year master's instead of 2 PhD.
Oh, position. Go back to swimming. Never do everything. Where? I'm lecturer, you would know now. Where? The email number, address, box, race course, PO box, 70. Minenda. Race course box. Box, race course, and next way around. Kenny? No. When you're sure what's here right here? Oh. You think you? I don't think you have a problem. It's over there.
Oh, no, you know, the 6th form level. Oh, 6th form you went to case. You got 2 years associate degree and then you got 2 years at you to get the degree.
Oh.
So you cut out 1 year at the 6th form. You cut out 1 year at the 7th form.
Never really. But to exit, they're not required. High school at the moment? No. That is required? No. High school attendance required? It's an extra. No, X means you're not affiliated yet. No, that means that you're Jamaican, so required means not required. It has not required? Because I don't see why it's required. So, sure. Sam's Renee is email.
Renee?
Yeah, we're number.
Your address. Four plus next to there. We'll put 4 plus. Alright, tell me.
Our number is 3780574.
378?
Yeah.
05?
74.
Alright, put mineral heights. Mineral heights, Mr. Sons, I can't believe where you say Lori. You know, say Lori evil. Kid, you know, say Lori evil.
And she needs more information.
You need information? And you sit down in your yard, she see what we do? So, you want to read a malice? What you do? What you do, son? I think she wants it to come to her. Yeah. Go. You're gonna finish it. Sam, which exam you did? C6 or CXC? You sure I'm CXC with us? I don't do no C6.